All right. I have my new headset that I bought last week. Got to take it on a test run in Archipelago on Friday, and it worked great.
Yeah, it was fun.
Glad you don't hate it.
I mean, the Archipelago we did, I spent most of it just sitting there watching the Mega Man X stage selection. And then
Yeah, I'm
every
sorry that like your games threw all of the unique items in our games, and all of our items were in Matt's game, and then Matt just finished his game.
Matt finished in an hour, and then everybody was like, all right, we're all going to bed.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, I only played 4 levels. It's just how Archie do sometimes.
How RGB sometimes.
It's really funny. Okay. There is a button on Blue Sky that you can like tell Blue Sky that like you're live streaming, but when I paste the YouTube link in, it doesn't like it. So I guess it's not linked with YouTube or something. I don't know. Technology evades me.
It's tied to OnlyFans.
All that means I have to just send out the post manually. All right.
If we've got a little bit of time, we rewatched The Good Place, and I saw discourse comparing Janet to generative AI, and that was my week.
I don't see the connection.
Just like there was, I don't either, but like there was like this big long involved post talking about, yeah. Anyway,
Janet did hallucinate Jason Mantzoukas in that series.
Yeah, it's literally like because she does hallucinate like a generative AI a few times in the series, and that's what they said. But like, it's most of the conversation was stuff like, oh, it's kind of interesting how they got that aspect of Gen AI before Gen AI was really a thing. I'm like, please, don't ruin The Good Place for me.
I think sometimes people just like to have conversations so they can have conversations. They don't have to say anything like important or rational. Just the fact that they're talking to other people makes them happy. I have days like that.
Mm-hmm. Every time I open my mouth.
Yeah. You have a whole conversation, go for 30, 40 minutes, be like, what are we even talking about? We have no idea. We're just making the sounds come out of the mouth, making the mouth noises.
The amount of times I've said things and you guys have been confused by them.
Confused is just my baseline of operations. Like, if I'm not a little bit confused, something has gone terribly wrong. Oh, I don't have Mr. the McDole at my table.
Mr. the McDole, yeah, sorry. I was distracted.
Mr. the McDole is his father?
Yeah.
I don't need this Flumph 8 character sheet open anymore. Apparently we're doing more exams today, and I'm chuffed. I love the exams.
Which form of chuffed? The good one or the bad one?
Is there a bad chuffed?
Yeah,
apparently chuffed is like used to describe like annoyance.
Yeah. It's one of those words that it has two meanings and they're the opposite of each other. It's like there's like you could say chuffed means quite pleased and delighted, and you could also say like disgruntled and displeased.
So when it comes to these exams, both me and the person taking the exam are chuffed, but using the alternate definitions of the word.
Like, so chuffed is its own antonym.
Why is English terrible?
Yeah.
Do other languages have this problem?
I don't know.
No, English is the biggest.
English is uniquely bad.
Well, English is like 24 languages in a trench coat. So
yeah.
So next time, all these people who like pick on Americans for only being able to speak one language, I can tell them I actually speak 24 languages.
I don't know how many. Like the thing is like we get like individual loan words from like this language, and it's like, oh yeah. So I don't know how many languages are actually used in English, but it's a lot. And if you say that, they're going to laugh at you, so don't.
They will. You will be laughed at and mocked.
Okay, well, Google AI Overview doesn't have anything about chuffed meaning annoyed or frustrated. So maybe it's hallucinating Jason Mantzoukas. I don't know.
Hallucinating Jason Mantzoukas is just excellent sentence.
Like, if there's a human being that exists as an AI hallucination, it is Jason Mantzoukas. We can all just agree to this.
That is the perfect description of his time on Taskmaster.
That is his energy all the way. He's a dream having itself. New season of Taskmaster starts in like a week. I'm chuffed.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have anything for me before? Oh, we already did that part. Who wants to give a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into
You
last week?
already pushed the button. Oh my God, Brick Road.
What? What'd I do?
Got you push the button for a moment, and it was funny.
Forgot that you pushed the button.
I pushed the button like 5 minutes ago. This is our post-button pre-game banter.
Yeah, but
You think I'm going to use up all that Jason Mantzoukas material when we're not streaming?
Listen, he just thinks it's funny that you might have dementia or Alzheimer's. Like, it's fine.
I might. I had to go through it. This is like 20 years ago now, but I had to go through a thing where some bill collecting company, like debt collecting company, got my contact information mixed up with somebody, and I got a call saying I owed like $56,000 for treatment of like senior dementia. I'm like, I'm 26 years old.
But if you had dementia,
You might
could
think that.
it have
How
happened?
often do you think they get people who call in and tell them that?
I don't know, but at the time, I'm not 26 anymore. Now I definitely have dementia. Like if they called me right now, I'd be like, you know what, fair.
I could have been to the doctor and had this treated and just don't remember.
It's entirely possible. But when I was 26 years old, I'm like, no, I'm not. So when I actually have dementia, I guess the fake memory I'll have is like, I paid that 26 years ago. Like I took care of that already.
Don't worry, it was probably just a scammer anyway.
No, it was a real debt
We're
collection
summary.
company because it was a whole thing I had to deal with. It was a real. Scams were not as pervasive at that point in time yet.
You know what's really funny about, like, quote unquote funny about scams is they've shifted from, like, you've won money to we have a job offer for a work from home making $18 an hour. And it's
Yeah, you just have to pay them for all your equipment.
Yeah.
So those scams were always around. You usually only used to run into them if you were actively job hunting. I'm talking like 2009, 2010 or so. But believe it or not, it's hard to remember, but there was a point in time not that long ago where you could go 24 hours without getting scammed by somebody. We lived in those. We lived through that period. Who has a 100-word summary of how I scammed you guys last week?
McDole killed McDole's other character using McDole's current character, which was a child of another one of McDole's characters, or something weird like that. It was some weird recursive thing.
We employed D&D recursion.
Going to need to go deeper, Inception noise.
You are such
Blom.
a fucking programmer. It's embarrassing. Yeah, so next time I use that stat block and let McDole try to kill you guys with it, I'll have to fix the clear and obvious balance issues. Because you guys took down
Of what?
that monster.
Around monks.
yeah, can't do that with the monk around anymore.
I actually took most of Edmont's monk abilities because my thinking is like none of Edmont's brain was there anymore, which so he can't use a lot of his training.
Oh, did he get like the wasting deer disease?
Well, he didn't have any gear. He was a werewolf. He had like
Deer.
claws and stuff.
Deer,
Deer.
the disease, it basically like rots the deer's brain.
Deer is next
Yeah.
to
Like
me.
cow disease.
Yeah, deer's
Oh,
also
yeah,
next
that's
campaign. All right.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, that's what we ended up doing, and
The last thing I remember here, let me load up the map here.
Edmont was very scary.
Edmont was very scary until we actually started to fight him.
I
he-
wish we had had a levitation spell. That just would have
I
been
had
a
it.
chef's kiss.
I
Why
had a
didn't you use
levitation
it?
spell. The ceilings are very low in here.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we throw them inside.
Yeah,
Last werewolves we fought were outside.
yeah. I used the levitation spell on him. It was funny.
Yeah, it was great.
I was actually out of spell slots too. That entire
Yeah.
like I had one spell slot. I think I used it at the start of the fight, and that was it.
I didn't have anything either here.
So I think I mentioned last week, but you found the path to like the easiest version of that encounter. There's another version of that encounter where you're fighting the thing that was Edmont outdoors with 8 werewolf ads. If you had gone a different route through the adventure encounters to that point.
Yeah, past Scary Town.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I mean, I wasn't going to let you take a long rest at any point during that whole situation.
No, I get
but,
that.
I want you to like Dole kind of feels like his character got chumped, but it wasn't. Like, you got to understand that was me like applying 100% of my
No, yeah,
character
absolutely.
to prevent a very bad situation.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not salty about that. So
I feel like
don't feel that.
the players were spending like 3 actions every round dedicated to keeping the creature locked down. And like if a party's
Yeah.
willing to put that out there, like, yeah, that's what they get. So
I mean,
last thing I remember happening is Hugo has beheaded the monster.
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we just stopped at that point. Like, I don't know how we're supposed to carry this home.
Yeah,
have
that's
a
why I think
cart.
Like,
just the head. That's why I
Are
think
we
just
just
the head would
bringing
be
the
fine.
head? Okay.
I think
Yeah.
we bring all of it. We do have a cart, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can drag the body out. I mean, it's a large creature, but
Yeah.
like the cart is designed to bring home like elk and stuff. So
Oh, well, then this should be okay. I mean, like, I'm imagining that, like, we're gonna get on the cart and then, like, we're surrounded by this corpse that smells awful and looks creepy and has a history, and we're just all kind of like, this is the next 16 hours.
sounds like
be really
somebody's
bad.
never had a road trip to Ohio in a smelly Volkswagen.
No, I generally keep my car very clean.
Well,
See, but the
McDowell
thing
can
is,
attest to that.
yeah, no, we had a we had a road trip from Utah to Minnesota, and it was quite a pleasant experience.
without meaning to incriminate anybody, the adults in my life liked to smoke weed in their Volkswagen in the late 1980s.
We had rest stops for that.
Ah, okay.
Not for weed, but like I need my cigar break.
It's like I'm not gonna stink up my Jeep, but that mobile gas station bathroom, it's got another thing coming.
No, we just found like a park, and I'd sit outside for like 20 minutes and be like, okay,
So-
ready to go.
Genevieve, I do want to ask, like, so, like, I'm okay with leaving the head, with just taking the head, and I'm okay with taking the whole body. We have to ask our question is, what would Lord Veritas want? Because this is technically the body of a member of his family that he was close to.
No, I agree with that.
So it's like, he's probably going to want to, like, do the proper rites.
Yeah.
And if we get asked as to why we beheaded it, it was because we were told that he was basically eviscerated and thrown off a cliff, and he did not die, and we were just kind of paranoid.
So Genevieve's gonna look over the body, and this is where I have to say that like I've prepared something, so get ready to sit here for 25 hours or whatever. Genevieve's gonna look over the body and she's gonna lift up like one of the giant claws,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to say to everybody like, this, there can't be another one of these, right? There's no possibility that this isn't him. Like, there's no way there's another one out there and that's bigger or worse, and that one's Edmont and this one is just like a lackey.
I mean,
And my
maybe.
cat is yowling, and not the time. Sorry. So she starts to like think over like the possibilities, and her voice diminishes to like a hush, and you've heard her do this. This is when she starts scheming. And she starts saying things such as like, surely like there would be rumors, we would have heard them even in Strixhaven. And she reaches into her pack and she fumbles around before she finds the scroll that Skekshilix gave her. And she looks it over and she ponders for a second as she considers what she wants to do.
Congratulations on pronouncing Skekshilix correct.
I know, I typed it phonetically.
Well done.
So, yeah. I wanted to use this on Eugenia's journal to learn everything about her. Genevieve starts. But then when we got to the Hermitage, I thought, well, what if I used it on like the apparatus in the wall that's conducting lightning power and everything? And then when we got here, I was thinking, well, why not use it on the wellspring, and I could learn about that. And I think that proves something. Like, I'm gonna have all sorts of opportunities to learn more about Eugenia Veritas, especially if Orson helps me, or even Ellen. But what about this? And she points at the corpse.
I mean, yeah.
This is more important. Like, there's a history here, and what would Eugenia do? And she starts opening the scroll, unless somebody's gonna stop her.
No. By all means, go ahead. That's your thing to do with, as you please.
Yeah. it's your
Well,
scroll.
I don't know what I'm about to learn, or we might just learn that there's nothing, and this is just some random werewolf, and we need to go hunting for another one, and that scares me.
So the first
I
thing I need to
don't
know
I don't
is
think there's any evidence towards that.
legend lore on the Artificer spell list?
No, but you told me that it doesn't need to be for this particular scroll.
Right, because this is the one from Skekshilix. Got it.
This
Okay.
is the Scaculus scroll, so yeah, I can't cast it, but I can.
So with
Because
this
I get
particular spell
one
scroll,
shot at it.
you're able to cast
Yeah.
it inerringly, when otherwise you would usually have to make a, I think, spellcasting ability check if the spell's not.
No, normally you
I
can't
don't think
cast
I'd be
a
able to
spell
use
that's
it at
not on your
all.
list.
Yeah,
That's right. You can't
only
use it at all.
The ability check is
Yeah.
only to cast a higher level spell.
Yeah. This is just I can do this because magical role-playing reasons is
Okay.
my understanding. Okay. So she's going to cast Legend Lore on the body of the thing that was Edmont.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I have accepted help from the devil. That's what I heard.
What? Oh, yeah, well, I don't know if it's a devil,
Well, Skekshilix was.
honestly. I didn't know that.
And he gave you a magic
So-
item, and you just used it, which means now your ass is mine. No, you cast Legend Lore on the thing that was Edmont, or what's left of it.
Brick,
What?
Brick, my ass has always been yours.
Hot.
That's why I'm at this table.
Glad
Yeah,
my wife
so
didn't
she
hear that.
cast
She'd be
Legend
upset.
No, she likes me.
though. She might encourage you.
I wrote out my interpretation of what the spell's going to do.
Now, before you read that out,
But you can do whatever you want to, yeah.
Because I know you wrote all I asked was that you run it by McDowell first. Did you do that?
I did.
And he
I sent it to him at 3:30 a.m. because I started writing it at 2:30.
to be
That
clear,
was all the time I had.
in 10 years of running this table, I have never got a thumbs down from McDowell on anything. My man is ride or die on all the good ideas, all the bad
Yeah.
ideas. Like,
Which
Especially
one?
bad
Which
ideas.
one was this? Was this a good idea or a bad idea?
We don't
Well, I
know
mean, I
yet.
don't know. You told
Yes.
me about the devil just now, so who knows? No, she's gonna cast Legend Lore.
go ahead and
Listen, go ahead. 'Cause I was just gonna say, the only thing that I'm ever salty at Nodal about is once upon a time his character got a wish from a genie, and he wasted it on some dumb shit instead of letting me ruin my life with another. Yeah. So
I remember that.
So okay, go ahead and have Genevieve read off her. What did you get out of the legend lore?
Okay, so Jeannie unfurls the scroll, and she reads off the magic incantation, and what happens is that like the writing on the parchment vanishes, and her arms kind of go slack, and her eyes then glaze over, and it almost looks like her eyes are glimmering with prismatic color, just like randomly oscillating between every color in the spectrum. And she goes, "Ah, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! What is happening? What is happening?" And she starts flailing her arms around wildly, and then her stance suddenly changes to look kind of like what Leopold would do, like as if he's fighting. And then she starts punching in the air. Her fists flurry around her, and she goes, "It's like I'm looking through someone's eyes, but it's all really fast. And there's young people here. They're about our age. I hear their names as we travel through a city. There's Evelyn, Ekon, Victor, Eugenia. Oh, Edmund, someone addressed me. I think this is the world through his eyes." And so she starts describing what I'm going to say is the entirety of Flumph 5 fast forwarded.
Mm-hmm.
And she starts by describing a large manor in a large dilapidated manor house in some city. They're suddenly under the house, going through a tunnel. Tenny apparently snuck some rabbits from our home. Oh, yep, those are South Warren rabbits. All right, lots of teeth. There's a lab down here, and now we're back outside, and there's a large crate, and it's shaking, and something undead just came out of it, and I apparently didn't finish the sentence. I have a typo in my own document. Good job, me.
sorry.
Yeah, nope, that's not fair. I think I know what I was typing there, but I did not edit this. And now we're wandering around the city. There's a large bookstore. There's tunnels. Everything's just going so fast. Is anyone writing this down? She cries out.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hugo starts taking notes.
Get Christine on this large riverboat gambling ship. And now we're leaving the city to investigate distant ruins. The city is on an island? Is this Brennanine?
That sounds
When did
like
Brennanine fall? Oh, sorry, it keeps going. There's dark tunnels, a complex between a lake. And she takes a deep breath, almost like she's diving underwater, and then keeps talking without taking a breath and realizes that she's not letting herself breathe. We're going back to the city, and the city's on fire. There's longbowmen firing at ships on the docks, and we're running to them, and everything's burning, and we're fighting our way through, and there's something in the sky, and something just impacted the city. Is this the fall of Brennanine? Now we're on a ship, and we're sailing away from the ruins. I see Orson. I see other people that managed to make it aboard the boat. But I can't see where we are.
That is a big nose.
Yeah. I did not want to list all their names. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And everything's so murky. I can't see anything. But the boat hit land, and is there a swamp northeast of Brennanine?
No.
A swampland. We're making camp, and there's like creatures on top of frogs, and they're attacking with spears, and oh no, Yanis. Someone perished in the fight, and everybody's in bad shape, and we're starving, and we have to keep going, and there's an abandoned castle that Denny insists on taking charge of the expedition, but there's some bound figure sealing it away, and now we're traveling in the wilderness, and a shell-like structure that spirals forever, and a small village with... Oh, we're playing a game! It just rolled over everyone! I'm free of the tyranny of pants! Goal! We've scored the goal! Happy birthday! Denny's been murdered! We have to get out of here! And this just keeps going, and she describes the mists coming in repeatedly over and over, a strange illusion of like, do you accept this ability? Yeah, let's make the bad decision, she says aloud. That's not her saying that though. And she describes traveling by wagon through a place that she says, I think it's called Darkon. Is that on a map you've ever seen? There's a castle. It's headed by somebody with the castle is powered similarly to what Eugenia did to her hermitage, and we travel onward, but the place that we're being relocated to is already occupied by wolf-like creatures, and we're negotiating with them, but the talks break down, and now we're running away, and and she clutches her shoulder, like wincing in pain. One of the wolfmen bit me. We have to get back to the village. They're attacking our home, and now I'm in a small cell beneath the manor, and I'm chained up, and something feels weird, and everyone's terrified of me, especially Eugenia, and she's just starts growling and snarling and shaking and flailing about, and we fended them off, but ugh. And she falls to her feet, and like the spell ends, but she's just sitting there shivering, like kind of clutching her knees.
Yeah, I'll take over.
As like, yeah, well, I mean, I have a little bit more to do here. She describes like the rest of the adventures, but after every adventure, that image of the cell comes back, and so Edmond is just out in the field in a giant tree in the back of the cell, and then a village that explodes into some ritual where everybody dies, and then back in the cell, and back in the cell, and then Victor's in the cube, not Edmond, and back in the cell, and she just like, this is what happened to him. They wanted to control him and keep him locked in a cell after he got attacked by this thing. And now he's dead.
Genevieve.
Sorry, that was all the time I had.
You're going through this, having this I know kung fu experience, running through this man's life. There is a very, very clear point of delineation in Edmont's life. At some point after he contracted lycanthropy. Up to that point, you were experiencing Edmont's existence kind of through his own sensation. But from that point forward, there is a second presence. It feels grasping, pulling, as though Edmont is being pulled in a different direction than he was traveling to that point. And it gets stronger over time. It's as though it feels like gravity of a spiritual kind. And it only gets darker and more horrific. And Genevieve is a person, like, you've seen monsters and exams and all kinds of scary stuff. Like, you've seen fellow students go through trauma. Like, you've been through the ringer. You've watched Alistair flush a woman down the toilet. It got weird. But this...
That wasn't even the weirdest thing that happened that day.
Because Genevieve, if I recall correctly, Genevieve's outlook on religion is like she would go to the chapel but like take notes. She's not a true believer in the sense that, say, Thennance is, but she's like interested in the mythology of the Etherine Church. The Etherine Church preaches a lot of things about like unseelie creatures and magic and evil entities that are attempting to bring down the Etherine civilization using something called the Fourth Sundering. And it's very easy in these modern times to just kind of write that off as being mythology. What you feel in Edmont is something far darker and far more evil than any Aethar in your life could ever have conceived of, and it doesn't go away. Even when you get to the point of Edmont's story where he overcomes his fever, where he returns to the Republic, where he spends a period of time trying to build something for his family, That dark presence never, ever leaves. And the rest of you, by the time Genevieve reaches the end of her story, she's bleeding from her eyes, from her sinuses, and from her ears, and shaking terribly. This is not a normal disease. This was not normal magic. This was something extremely bad and extremely alien.
Genevieve resists the urge to go cool because she's bleeding from her eyelids, and also this is pretty traumatic.
Yes.
But her gut response would be like, this is so exciting, this is so interesting, but like at the same time,
give me a
she's like,
charisma saving throw.
What happened here? Let's see here.
Yeah, let's get a charisma saving throw from Genevieve.
13.
13. For the first, perhaps the first time in your life, because it is Genevieve's outlook. Anytime she experiences something new, even if it's trauma, it's like, oh, it's exciting. It's new. For the first time ever, you learned something you wish you had not. You don't want this in your brain.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
It almost feels like that entity that was seeping into Edmont has just through the spell you cast latched onto you just for a moment, and all you want to do is flick the switch off. Other than that, there's no ill effects for failing that save, but that's what the rest of you observe. The Genevieve's on the floor in a state of mind you've never seen her in before.
Are you okay?
She looks up at you with bleeding eyes, and she goes, "Yeah, I'm fine."
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I think everything is great. I need to write it down. I need to write everything down.
Hugo passes her journal to her and daubs some of the blood off of her face, and then starts hitching up the werewolf corpse to start dragging it out of the cavern.
Genevieve, while they're loading up the werewolf corpse into the cart, instinctually,
she's not very strong,
and through no avenue of science that you're aware of, you have no explanation for why or how you know this, but for whatever reason, you feel like if you could just get your hands on that Veritas journal again, you would be able to read it unerringly.
That is an interesting thought, and she will note that in her journal. But the intent that Genevieve has is while they're loading stuff on, I imagine that like the spell legend lore gives you like a perfect copy of like the story it is trying to tell you. But I mean, memory being what it is, she's going to try and copy everything down that she can in her journal with the intent that like Orson might want to know this. Orson might already know this, she accepts. But somebody needs to honor this person's history. Someone who's gone through that much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was what I spent an hour on last night, and I wish it could be better, but my cat is screaming at me, so give me just a moment.
So the rest of you get the werewolf loaded up onto the cart. Keeping the head separate?
Yeah.
Like the head has its own little bag?
Well, I mean,
the head's already separate, so can't really put that genie back in the bottle.
I know, Genie was in the Ravenloss campaign.
She was in the bottle, though.
Oh, yeah. We also don't know where she's at. She could be in a bottle right now.
Possible.
That's true. She'd be back in the bottle.
Wouldn't even be the first time I did that to a player character.
Yep.
Did Zeral come in a bottle? I don't remember now.
It was an iron flask.
An iron flask. Yeah, it's kind of a bottle.
Yeah, it's like a bottle.
Elegant Sumai seems lost in thought. And eventually because she's not helping load the creature into the cart either. That's servant's work, right? That's not she's below her
absolutely, that's fine.
But she asks, like, did we accomplish anything useful here?
mean,
if nothing else, peace of mind for the Lord Veritas.
She admits that she thought that concluding this expedition would grant her insight into the problems you're having at school via V Alley, but she apparently has not gotten that insight. The two events, which academically seemed connected, don't seem related at all to her.
She mentioned Darkwood. Whatever events transpired, I couldn't quite follow it all, but apparently the founder of Strixhaven was directly involved in all of this.
Thank you for having read my notes, because I didn't get to that part.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
So, if the rumors are true that Allie is related by blood to Rowan Darkwood, then this would seem to be at least tangentially related.
She seems to mull that over for the duration of the trip back. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to do in the cave or on the journey back to the hunting lodge? Back to Jeannie's hermitage?
No, I'm good.
No,
All
not
right.
particularly.
Nope.
Then I will load up that map.
like you all look over at Leo and he has this like glow about him because he punched a giant werewolf.
I like. Does he
Yeah.
does he just like a list in his back pocket? It's like dragon, werewolf, illithid, and he just like checks them off as he goes.
I mean, yeah.
You don't?
The last one is just God. He wants to punch air in the ghoulies.
I want.
Are you an SMT character, Leopold?
He might be. He very well might be.
Just working his way up. You start out with like
He's-
Fairy and Jack Frost, and you climb the ladder from there.
Yeah.
He's Goku.
You don't punch Fairy, she joins you. Usually.
I mean, to be fair,
or Pixie.
Goku
sorry.
punched his wife.
Are you guys?
Yeah.
This is it's a. I think I said it was a 2-day journey from the position of the hunting lodge. Are you guys taking your time getting back? Or are you gonna? I guess you could pilot the cart through the night if Geppa has proficiency in animal handling or land vehicles. He could probably pilot the cart at night.
Is the threat to this area like really vanquished? Because if so, we're not in a hurry. But otherwise, I would say we should get back as fast as we can.
I mean, we killed all the. There might be some werewolves, like roaming around the woods there, but
I mean, we took down the biggest one. Like, that's sure to scatter the pack if they're anything
Yeah.
like other wolves.
You took down the two biggest ones.
yeah, unfortunately, they did not have the power of being the third strongest in that cave on their side.
Treble.
You guys arrive
Then there
back
would
at
be
the hunting
5
lodge,
of them.
bedraggled and weary. Lord Orson is there, along with Ellen, who's seeing to his wounds that she inflicted, and his 2 retainers. And then in one of the back rooms, they're keeping the woman that you sent away.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping her under lock and key because she tried to murder Alistair.
Right.
That is a thing that she did, yes.
Okay. So the mood of the place is already pretty somber when you guys get back all bedraggled and weary. What time of day do you guys arrive? I'll let you make that determination.
Midday.
Morning.
Midday?
Did we go through? If we went. Oh, okay.
I just said something. I don't have any.
If it's at midday, then Ellen and one of the retainers would come out to receive you. You're told that Orson is recovering from his injuries.
That you inflicted.
She leaves
Have
that
we
part.
long rested since then?
No. You
No, okay.
may have short rested on the way back, but now you haven't had a long rest. That's why you're
Okay.
weary and bedraggled. Fortunately, you're in a very comfortable hermitage that has electricity and hot water. So
Yeah, just making sure my notes are.
you've basically arrived at like the Southmore Airbnb.
Right. I mean, aside from the fact that we have to crank the electricity.
Well, that's Leo's job. Leo and Hugo.
Well, every Airbnb has their foibles, right?
Couldn't we use magic to turn the crank to make the electricity?
I mean, it seems to me that like, no matter what you do, like it's all just boiling steam.
That just makes hot water. I don't understand. How does that become electricity?
Well, it does work, you
There's
see.
lightning
And
bolts.
Genevieve starts talking for hours.
Geppa does not understand the difference between work and power, no matter how many
Genevieve.
times you explain it.
I need a DC 30 intelligence check.
That's not possible.
Flash a genius? It's not possible?
It is if you flash.
Oh
a
wait,
genius.
hold on. Yeah, I would have to roll a 20, and unfortunately, I rolled a 17. So
Okay.
27.
Can
So Genevieve
can-
does not, even with the data she has, is not able to make the last few leaps to inventing an electrical grid in this setting.
Can I get a bard die?
You could spend 4 blips.
No, that's not worth it. Oh, I don't have 4. I
4
have 0.
blips have been spent for worse. Okay.
I
So
have 0 actually. I
will-
leveled up.
I will say that when Jeannie had to make this exact same check, I rolled a 20 and couldn't get there, and I was not allowed to use blips.
Yeah, I would not allow Genevieve to use blips on this.
Can I use a bard die?
This is okay. This is a setting that's at like the very early days of the Industrial Revolution, and you're wanting to jump
Yeah.
ahead 100 years. So
Yeah.
let's pump the
But, I
brakes
mean-
on that.
But would a bard die work? Oh, I don't want to throw my dice back.
No, this is not something Genevieve's going to be able. Here's the way.
No,
look
I
at
just
it.
thought it'd be really funny.
If
You
Genevieve-
got 30 and I got 27, and now you're like, whoa, O'Nelly. He got real close. I'm a little scared. Maybe I should have sent it to 40, but there aren't bigger numbers.
If you had rolled the 30, the rest of the campaign would have to be canceled, and then it would just be the party like managing your new empire, trying to be Thomas Edison.
We just go play Power Grid in
So,
tabletop. I load up a Power Grid.
Oh, yeah, Power Grid. That'd be fun. Genuinely, my original idea was I'm never going to learn anything about Eugenia unless I cast the spell. I'm going to cast it on the power conduit in the basement and learn about electricity, and then she's going to become a tycoon.
Yeah.
Like, that was actually my
do you,
plan.
Do you really want to be the Ferniscan version of Edison? Is that?
Dude, yes!
Be Tesla.
Tesla, yeah.
Jeannie's Tesla in this
And-
this
yeah.
analogy. Jeannie's Tesla and
Yes.
And Genevieve would be Edison.
Gen-
And,
so-
and Genevieve would steal all the credit.
Now I'm
It's just like-
depressed.
It's art model's life, right? Like, no. No, then I came up with this idea, and I'm happier that we did that for Edmont.
How do you report to Lord Orson as far as what happened out in the woods? I mean, you've already given him some sendings, some like updates as you were out there.
Seems that we found your late cousin. I regret to inform you that maybe he's with Air. I don't know.
I can say that was the most terrifying fight of my entire life.
But we did it. We sure did something.
Do you tell him about the legend lore and everything you learned?
Genevieve would have asked to have that conversation on the way back. Like, should I tell him everything?
You guys are
I
going to
don't
be at this
mind.
hunting lodge for about a week while everybody recovers.
Oh, I mean, during the transit. Like, Genevieve would want an answer before they arrived. Like, is there
I
anyone
don't
opposed to
care.
Genevieve telling him everything?
It's your information. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't object.
Okay, well then Genevieve would give the entire story without leaving out any details purposely.
Orson stays silent for a long time. The only people in the room right now are the 6 of you and Orson. He is, when you start
Yeah,
talking about this legend lore, first of all, he knows what legend lore is, which would be strange. A man of his stature who doesn't use he's from a very heavily magical family, but Actually, it wouldn't be
He's, like,
strange.
yeah.
That's literally one of the Veritas.
Yeah.
Like that's like all.
Yeah.
kinds-
Other
Okay.
house spells.
Yeah. I was gonna
Yeah.
say he's like a
Backtrack,
super like high level, so he's surely like seen a little of everything.
Well,
Legend Lore is
it
not
would.
that high of a
I
spell.
mean,
is it?
he would have seen all that. He would be super familiar with all the house spells from whatever time he spent back after with Ruby.
Yeah, because Legend Lore's magical or Veritas magical focus was like revealing truth.
Yes, divination, right?
But most people wouldn't know what the Legend Lore spell is. Like any other noble in his position probably wouldn't know what the spell is. When you start describing that you use Legend Lore to learn this information, he sends Ellen and his other retainer out of the room. Ellen is not happy about an inch of this. She angry beyond words, but she does not defy her grandfather. Apparently she feels like she's pushed the envelope enough.
I'll just tell her
Yeah.
everything afterwards anyway. She knows
Yeah.
that.
Like I was about to say, like Leo gives like the side eye to Geppa, thinking like there's
Oh
really
yeah, no,
no
I
point in
automatically,
sending.
I obviously form a mind link with Ellen as she leaves the room. I've got, actually I went up a level. I have, I don't know, 5 minutes of that to store it.
Okay. What are the components for your mind link?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It's supernatural. Let me actually read the description. Make sure there's no. It's not a spell.
Okay.
And 5e doesn't use like 3's SUEX whatever. But let me look.
Oh, that was so confusing. Supernatural, extraordinary, spell like.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I don't miss those designations.
I thought that was
Well, they did
an interesting system implemented badly.
No, it spiraled out of control. To the
Well,
point where those distinctions were meaningless at some point.
Yeah. Well, the reason was like because like anti-magic fields didn't work on one, and they worked on others, and there was another
Yeah.
kind of field that worked on this, but not this.
What I want to do is I want to see if I should give Orson a roll to determine if you're.
It's a bonus action that has no specification that it requires any components.
Okay.
But
in the
counterpoint,
description.
he knew Ekon.
I'm going to say as long as Geppa doesn't try to split his like as long as Geppa doesn't try to involve himself in the conversation and direct the course of this conversation that's about to happen, there's probably
Yeah, that's fine. I will listen and
in relay. Okay.
Yeah.
And knowing Ellen, like she might just burst back in and blow your cover, unless you tell her not to.
Ask her very
I
nicely.
can't. The idea that I control Ellen is funny. That you think that works that way.
No, so Genevieve will just tell everything more calmly and in more detail because she has it all written down now, and she'll give that report.
Orson tells you, and keeps his eyes closed and his head declined. His voice is very low, as though speaking from a place of shame. He says, "We had a terrible argument with my sister when we returned from that place, and I'm not sure if she ever believed us or not. She could not discount what we said because only 4 of us of the, 19 or 20 who left?
Something, yeah.
Well, Orson would know the exact number and say
Yeah.
I don't know the exact number anymore. This was 3 years
Genevieve
ago.
might actually know the number too.
But only 4 of us. She could not discount the story if all 4 of us were saying the same thing. Myself, or if all 5 of us. I have the number there wrong. He's counting himself, Jeannie, Ekon, Edmont, and Victor. He explains that at the time, Ruby was beside herself that her family had been lost in the fall of Brennanim, and for them to come back after the war was extremely suspicious, because it looked like her siblings had just tried to get away from the war, where their proper place was at her side, and they weren't there. But she couldn't discount the story that they told her, the explanation that they had, because all 5 of them gave the same explanation, and they were able to demonstrate certain things. Like, you can imagine Eugenia was able to draw a blade across her arm and show that she didn't bleed. Ekon would devolve into just speaking in tongues about being made of meat. It's really disturbing. And Ruby told
Good
them
times.
that those explanations would not leave the room they were in. This is not a thing that they would speak of again. Whatever happened was in the past and had to be left there. We're building a new republic. We can't have this disorganization in our house going forward. And then I think immediately they all just like went off and did their own thing anyway, because nobody ever listened to Ruby, even though she always had everybody's best interests at heart.
That sounds very familiar to the lament of a character who didn't make it back that we heard for like 2 years. Yes, very familiar.
Orson
The thing that I-
explains that the sensation that you felt when you cast Legend Lore, that intense just feeling of evil tugging at you, he explains that when they came back from that place, this is 60 years ago now, this is way, way in the past, he explains that that's something that they all lived with. That was a shared experience. That place was... alive is the wrong word, but it was something. It had thoughts and goals, and the more powerful they became, the more they built, the more it wanted them, and it wanted Duke Darkwood most of all.
What does Darkwood have to do with any of this? He's been missing from our college for some time, but he was there.
He founded this place.
Darkwood was the one who identified our way out from Darkon. It was through his... At the time, I thought it ingenuity. Looking back, manipulation might have been a better word. We weren't all able to leave, as you know. Edmont had an infant foundling daughter that was left behind. If you asked me 100 times whether or not Evelyn had come with us on the route we used to escape, I would have told you yes, but there was no trace of her when we arrived back in the Republic. And no memory of what happened to her. And of the people left there, the Ambersons and... all I know is that none of us were interested in this Republic anymore. It seemed like such a small thing to invest in after what we experienced. Eugenia and Victor and Edmont and Ekon, they went off in their own ways to... And then I was left to take my sister's chair. I did my duty. That's it. He says no more after that.
I do want to point out, like, out of character, how incredibly, like, just asshole-ish it is that, like, they, like, because in lore, in universe, Darkwood just came and basically single-handedly swung the war back, right? That's more or less what happened?
Yeah, Darkwood arrived back in their... He gave the Veritas Brood in that campaign, he gave them their word that when he got out of Darkon, he would find a door leading to their world and win their war for them.
Right. Yeah.
That's
and
exactly
then
what he did.
like the fact that like like the character sent him there, like we recruited him and got help, and then like nobody, like not even like Ruby is like
Ruby probably knows that part.
right, but like come on.
Ruby would have known
Like-
Darkwood very well, yes.
Yeah.
Like yeah, but like it's one of those things where it's like come on, like they couldn't have gotten that credit. Like we recruited, like that's always the thing that irritated me, that they got no credit.
Yeah.
Like just a vague they were like looking for allies,
Mhm.
not they were looking for allies and they got Darkwood's help. Like that would have been enough.
It's
Because it's
possible
true.
that at the time that's how they tried to phrase it, but remember, Darkwood was present at the time, and there's no way he would let that narrative fly. He's not going to give somebody else credit for what he did,
Right.
or what he believes in his mind that he did. Does anybody have questions or direction that for Orson? Speaking to him about Darkon and the things that happened there?
Yeah.
Tons of
Yeah,
questions,
Genevieve has all
probably.
sorts of just generic questions, but the most pertinent one I think is is Genevieve allowed to keep this record on her, or does Orson want it destroyed?
He tells you it matters very little. If you publish it, people
Okay.
will think it's fiction.
Yeah.
For his
She
part,
just wants it to exist, like for Edmond's sake.
yeah, no, he doesn't
I mean-
have any strong.
Yeah.
He doesn't think
Yeah.
that anybody's going to believe the story anyway.
Yeah.
That's been his lived
So-
experience.
Like assuming like he kind of tells us, like at least offhandedly mentions, it's like like I'm gonna ask him if any of the did any of the others ever manage to get out?
Tells you that after his first son was born, who's dead now, he doesn't have any living children anymore. When his first
Is
son
Ellen's
was born,
father?
it would either be Eldon's father or uncle. I don't actually have the family tree
Sure.
listed,
Yeah,
but
that's fine. Yep.
when that happened, he considered his position and his duty fulfilled. He provided an heir for South War, and the family had continued. And he traveled during that period of time. He told people that he was following in his father's footsteps as an adventurer, but he didn't go on any adventures. What he did is he and a trusted companion, who's also dead now, went to the shores of Lake Callisto, or the ruins of Brennanine sit, and they took a boat out onto the lake. And they woke every morning before dawn and took the boat out onto the lake towards the ruined city. They sailed through mists for hours, days, weeks at a time. Every summer for years, he would make the trek out there, searching again and again and again and again and again for the mist that would take him back to that little village. Something to prove that the dream was real because of the people left behind. In all that time, he was not able to convince Eugenia or Victor or Edmont or Ekon to ever go with him out onto that boat. They were all pursuing their own roads, their own directions. They had their own thoughts of how to rescue those. But he wasn't as clever as them. He did not know magic. All he could think to do was find the right mist bank, and he never did. Until he received a letter from his granddaughter, who he was boarding at Strixhaven, in part because he could not bear to have her annoying ass at home anymore. About a teacher
possible
in
men just-
druidic
yeah.
arts that she described as being insufferable, but with a level of expertise that seemed impossible. I believe my sister, Tenny, came back from that place and is teaching at your school now. And I confirmed it on my visit. She would not tell me how she got away, whether she sailed through a mist bank or came through some other design. Nor would she tell me about the decades she spent there.
Genevieve actually had experiences with her instructor, like Genevieve being a good student and all, like she put effort into this class. She would describe Darkleaf as disturbed, but like wanting to. I'm trying to remember back to the example where Leopold just ate something toxic and nearly died, and then she administered the antidote, and then Genevieve was like, why would your lesson be so extreme? And like the lesson needed to be taught. Her heart's in the right place is not quite the right description I have for it. Like, she did her job, like, which was to teach us about things, and it was brutal and ham-fisted, but it worked. And I don't know if like any of that is relevant now that I'm saying it, but like, I guess Genevieve's trying to stick up for Tenny a little bit.
Okay. But he doesn't give any more detail than that, unless you ask for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Genevieve would ask questions until the sun went down, if just about this and that.
So you continue questioning him, probably until like his medication starts to subside, the pain comes back, and he needs to rest again. And Geppa has been silently just relaying all of this to Ellen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for the first 5 minutes, it sounds like the conversation's gone a little longer than that.
Okay.
Oh, hours, I would assume.
Yeah, like
I mean, like the
most of it, I
important
think I
bits
would've gotten,
probably.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just like but not the inane Eugenia. Excuse me, not the inane Genevieve question. Yeah.
So when you guys break
At that
off,
point, Leo would have also been like, yeah.
well, let me ask you guys
Please.
this: how much of what Orson said do you actually believe? To be clear, this whole idea of like traveling through Mist to Darkon goes against everything any of you know about the physical sciences, the magical sciences, religious mythology. There's just nothing like that in any form of academics.
However, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say we met a guy like this. Just lines up with the guy we met in that one place, who told us about Sigil.
Skexulix, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Skexulix. Like he already kind of told us this. This is just another thing, and you know,
Skexulix described traveling through like a magical door to somewhere else, which is something that Ferniskins would have some familiarity with. I mean, you guys yourselves have traveled to the Shadowfell through a shadow crossing, and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And maybe you can interpret what Orson said as being that, as traveling through the mist being a shadow crossing and then ending up in the Shadowfell. But his description of like being trapped there and of the land trying to claim them as they became more powerful, and then they managed to escape it. It sounds like a fabricated story. You can believe as much of it as you want.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, go ahead.
With the legend lore spell, like Genevieve has an account from the spell and an account from Orson, and they more or less line up, although like having told the entire story, of course they would, I guess. But like if this isn't to be believed, then there is a fault with the spell that she cast, is her logic. And that seems unlikely unless Skexulix was manipulating her, which again seems unlikely to her. that would be the perfect avenue for that to happen, but she doesn't know anything beyond that point. But like, so she's inclined to believe that this is true, and maybe it's like a Shadowfell crossing, but different. Like, if that exists, why can't there be other alternatives?
A point of order, like in 5th edition lore, the Shadowfell is where Ravenloft is.
Yeah, but that shit ain't canon. I mean,
Yeah, maybe there are one-way passages.
This is something that D&D history lesson. Originally, it wasn't anywhere. It was just the Castle Ravenloft adventure, and then when they in 2nd edition, when they had they put all the cosmology together, it became a demi-plane within the ethereal, which was already kind of very connected to traveling through mist. And then in 5th edition, or maybe it was 3rd edition, I know for sure 4th edition kind of codified the Shadowfell and Feywild as being echoes of the prime material, because those things did not exist.
Didn't really exist before 4th edition.
The 4th, yeah, because
like there was the demi-plane of shadow until then, even in 3rd.
Yeah,
okay.
So yeah, so it was a demi-plane in the ethereal, and then 4th edition codified like the Feywild and Shadowfell as existing as echoes. So we have two. The way I think of it is you have the planar cosmology, which is like all of Planescape, and then you have the prime material, and then the prime material itself has a couple of like interesting echoes that people on the prime material think of as other planes, but like people in Sig will be like, those aren't real planes. Come on, get your shit together, planes. So I guess Ravenloft could exist.
Plane snobs.
Yeah.
Plane snobs.
So in the Planescape parlance, because there are planes and then there are layers within planes, the thing is the prime material people are just too stupid to realize that they're just seeing other layers of the prime material, and they're calling them other planes because they're not enlightened plane snobs.
They're gatekeeping planes, which is illegal in Sigil.
It is
right now.
It is illegal. It was always illegal in Sigil. Lady of Pain will have your butt if you try that.
It's like double illegal now.
Canonically, to my knowledge, and I've read everything that's ever been published under Planescape, there's only one connection anywhere in Planescape that mentions Ravenloft. And it is in the Inner Planes book, which is one of the underrated books towards like the end of the publication. And you have this like chaotic evil Slod who is explaining the para-elemental plane of steam. And he has one sentence where he's like, some people talk about traveling through mist and ending up somewhere very scary, so I don't like to think about it. That is the only mention of Ravenloft anywhere in the Planescape cosmology. Thank you for sitting for my TED Talk.
That feels like an Easter egg and not like lore.
Exactly. Right. It is very much an Easter egg.
Okay.
Ellen doesn't believe the story. She doesn't believe that this Darkon place is real. This is too fucked up. Her grandfather has always been like looked for reasons to try to get out of ruling properly. He doesn't take things seriously. He likes to go off hunting monsters and all kinds of like, this is just nonsense to her. She absolutely rejects it.
Ellen, we literally just fought a werewolf. Please don't tell it. Please don't gaslight us into not thinking we killed the werewolf. Because that's the thing we actually did.
She thinks the werewolves are real. And she's even willing to grant that Edmont was the werewolf that her grandfather was hunting. And that's very sad, right? That's very traumatic. But there's no way that this teacher at Strixhaven lived in this like shadow realm for 60 years. And is her grandfather's long lost sister.
You can ask her, and if you listen, let's be honest, if you choose not to believe it, like that's fine. You don't have to. No one's gonna force you to believe this. You keep your own beliefs. You can always ask her, and you do you, Ellen.
So Alistair believes this whole fantastical story?
Alistair doesn't see a reason to disbelieve it. Like, if it is true or not true, it doesn't really affect Alistair one way or the other.
So Alistair's not putting Seduce the Vistani on his bucket list?
No,
I mean,
they sound like wonderful people, but until he meets one, no.
Leo has put get into a fist fight with Vistani on his bucket list.
Everybody can take the benefits of a long rest as you guys are chilling here. In fact, go ahead and take like as many long rests as you want. Because you guys are going to be chilling here in the house while your like 75-year-old patron recovers from a brutal stab wound.
83 long rests.
Genevieve.
Is there anything Alistair can do to help Orson recover? Like, can he cast some cure spells or something?
Yeah, any magic or medicine use that Alistair will help speed up his recovery and is very much appreciated.
Yeah, if we're doing a long rest, Alistair will just unload all of his spell slots on cure wounds.
Like I said, this is an injury that like
Story
this was a cutscene injury.
This is Aerith getting stabbed by Sephiroth.
This is the kind of injury we pretend doesn't happen in D&D. That's why nobody ever gets maimed.
Yeah, I need to get my alignment blip out of the way now so I can be an asshole the rest of the session.
Got it. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay.
Okay.
Genevieve.
I've been good for one thing. Yes, sir.
Oh, now I got to ruin your life now.
Well, I figured that was where
I mentioned on Discord that I was going to try to get somebody to rage quit my campaign, and we've come to it. So now, if you would please make me a wisdom saving throw.
I'm so good at these. 4.
4. Genevieve.
Yeah.
I'm assuming like during the night you guys are making yourself relatively comfortable. You've got this nice heated pad. There's like a jacuzzi on site probably. It's not a bad way to spend a week out in the... Genevieve, you awake. You feel, when you open your eyes, you feel like you haven't slept in weeks. You felt fine the previous day. But
Okay.
you awake, your body feels so heavy and achy. And you look around and you realize you're not in the room you went to sleep in. You're in a cold, drafty, echoey hall, and you're laying on a long rolled carpet that rolls out in front of you and then up a standing dais to a large throne. 2 braziers sit to either side of the throne, illuminating the figure sitting there. That's just a dead man, a mummified corpse wearing royal garb, with a crown sitting upon its head. And even though the thing doesn't have eyes, you can tell that it's staring at you, and it's terrifying. But you're definitely awake. You're definitely physically there. You pat down your body, you feel cold, like your teeth are chattering.
So first, before we deal with this, do I still get the long rest? Because otherwise, I have to control Z a whole lot.
Yeah, you can long rest as much as you want.
Okay, that's my concern. Is shit. I don't know what I had before you said that. So, okay. Well, she'll get up and investigate, but she's gonna call out for like Hugo and Leopold and Alistair and Geppa, Orson. Anyone here? Hello.
The creature on the throne speaks without standing or moving or opening its mouth or even making a sound. If you're quite done with your caterwauling, you touched something of mine without my leave.
Sorry?
I will
She doesn't
grant
know.
you 4 breaths and spend them wisely. When the king tells you 4 breaths, what he means is he will allow you to speak 4 times.
Sorry, you cut out. 4 times or 4 words?
He will allow you to speak 4 times. And he better like what you have to say. That's the implication here.
Okay. So let me type this out real quick. So,
You can go to ChatGPT and ask it, what are the best way to use 4 sentences to an undead king who may or may not kill me in the next
This
few
is
minutes?
not a point in time where you want to risk a hallucination.
no.
Not even a little bit.
Okay,
Once
question 1. Explain what it was that caused me to offend you, please.
You misunderstand your position. You are answering questions, not asking them. And now you have 3 breaths. He lets the silence hang in the air for a moment to see if Genevieve's got any more mouthing off she wants to do.
No, that was a genuine question.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now she's like, does this have to do with...
Don't ask questions.
Well, he's just said you're answering questions, not asking them. And then he tells you you've got 3 breaths remaining. And then he waits to see if you've got anything else to say or if you're going to let him speak.
No, she'll let him speak.
Okay. Where is Rowan Darkwood?
She looks genuinely confused and like reaches into her book, which may not be there. I don't know if she has her journal on her person in this state.
No,
and
you
she
pat
says,
yourself down and your journal's not there. You don't have it.
Okay. She says, he's been missing for some time from our college, and I'm not sure I know the answer to your question to the degree that would satisfy you. So, and she's trying to string the sentences on so that she's saying it all in one sentence so that she can basically talk forever.
Got it.
But the intent is that she doesn't know the answer to his question.
Okay. He bids you stand.
That is not a lie. Sorry.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
He bids you to stand.
I feel like I should. Yeah. Yep, she will do that.
Approach and take a knee.
She will do that without saying anything.
Swear to me that you will find him.
She thinks about this. And it's not that she's reluctant to accept this, but she doesn't know if she's capable.
Okay.
And she doesn't want to overpromise.
So she says nothing?
No, sorry, I'm thinking of what I wanted to say.
Got it.
Because there's the actual answer that I want, but then there's the Genevieve answer, which is, well, I'll do what I can, but... And so I'm going to go with that. Like, she is not intending for it to sound this way, but it's going to sound like she's making a half-hearted promise. Like, she would genuinely try to make the effort, but she's being pragmatic. She doesn't know if it's possible.
The creature, for the first time, moves, lifts a hand from the throne, and holds out one finger, signifying your last remaining breath. And he says, swear it.
Sorry, I'm typing.
Type that in all caps.
Yeah, don't
No, I'm only typing my questions. Sorry. Or not questions, but statements. I don't know if Genevieve would swear to it. Am I compelled based on my failing?
You're not compelled to
the
do
saving
anything.
throw?
You're
Okay.
not compelled to act in any particular way.
You do know who this is, right, Raz?
No, I don't actually, because I didn't play Flumph 5 and I've only watched half of it. So I'm not sure you're allowed to tell me.
I wouldn't let him.
Yeah, I wouldn't screw with this guy.
I wouldn't let you tell him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want to tell him.
Genevieve says, "Okay, yeah, that's fine, I guess.
And after
I'll do it."
you say that, you realize you can no longer breathe. What is Genevieve's Constitution modifier?
Oh, it's really high, actually. 16. Sorry, +3.
+3?
Yeah.
I believe
She go
that
for 3
means
minutes.
you endure the physical sensation of suffocation for, I think it's 4 minutes, the minute plus your con mod.
Oh, do you get a minute for free? I didn't know that.
I think you get a minute
thought it
plus
was
con
3
mod,
minutes, yeah.
minimum of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So if your
4
con mod
minutes
is
is a tremendous amount of time to hold your breath. Like, holy shit.
extremely painful too, writhing
Yeah.
on the floor. I assume very terrifying because the like gasping for air that isn't there, and eventually you pass out, and you wake up
Yeah.
again feeling just very exhausted, very weakened, back in the lodge, freezing cold sweat, and everything is exactly as you remembered before you went to bed.
She writes it all down.
Well, at least I now have a concrete answer on what Jeannie's corpse has been getting up to for the last like 60 years or whatever. She's been looking for Rowan Darkwood, but like at the behest of a like voice she doesn't know the source of.
So I guess technically I would impose levels of exhaustion on Genevieve for that, but it's not going to matter because she's going to.
We're going to stay there for like a week.
Yeah, you spend the next day just kind of inside. Do you relay the experience you have to your companions?
Absolutely. Immediately. Like, she might have woken them up in the night.
Okay.
Yeah, Hugo is like checking her over. Is like, "Are you okay?" Like,
With
like
what do I call this creature?
Well,
Sorry.
having cast legend lore on Edmont, you would know about his dealings, or his sister's, or his cousin's dealings, rather, with
Yeah.
Azel and Rex.
Yep.
And this could only be the
Got
same
it, okay.
entity.
Okay. Yeah, no, I actually had Aslan Rex in my story.
Mhm.
But it got too long and my cat was screaming and I just panicked. So I skipped a lot of detail.
All right.
I was in the right realm though. So
Yeah.
that's good. I was like, is this I thought Strahd at first, actually.
Nah,
Strahd looks
But
like Count
like more or
Dracula.
less functionally the same, like major bad guy in Darkon. So yeah.
I run Strahd way more flamboyantly. I go full Bela Lugosi when I run Strahd.
But you could go the other way.
You
I'd
could.
say. And you're not wrong. Every vampire should be like flourish the cape and like, oh, like
Well, like
there
Strahd,
should all be Sylvando.
Strahd has been doing that for a very long time, and you know he's got to mix it up. Like some adventures he goes Bela Lugosi, some he goes Nosferatu, some he goes Count Dracula. You know, like
I feel like
he
Strahd
How
is
mixes it up.
boring it gets.
he's too vain to ever go Nosferatu. Like, he would never want to not be beautiful.
No, I don't mean. I mean like vibes, not necessarily because he always looks like Strahd,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? But I'm talking about like vibes, just you know, Monster in the Dark vibes, as opposed to bleh, I'm a vampire.
You guys make your way back to Redland, the capital of South Warren. And once again, the journey is kind of low vibes, just because, first of all, you guys didn't get any treasure on this adventure. None. There was no pile
Oh,
of
but I
gold.
learned so much though.
You're accustomed to getting like a pile of gold.
I literally punched a word. I listen. Leo is
Got his bucket list.
He's happy. Like
Okay.
like the money he doesn't care about.
Now hold on. Would the Veritas estate pay us for our services, or did we volunteer?
You guys volunteered.
We definitely.
Or we
volunteered.
volunteered?
We
Okay.
definitely volunteered.
Yeah. I'm fine with
Reasons
either
to
outcome, but like these guys are wealthy beyond imagining. They can afford a +1 sword, right?
Yeah, but Raz, wealthy people like to pay for things even less than poor people.
Why do you think they're wealthy?
I mean, if you have a reasonable
No.
request you want to make,
Trickle down
before listening.
economics. No, I don't need anything. I just
Does anybody have anything they want to do while they're in this? Because you're not going to be in this city for very long. We're going to be in this city as long as you guys want to do something here. Otherwise, we're going to skip to the final encounter in South Warren.
Alistair just wants to play songs of our exploits and spread the word of our awesomeness.
Do you
The
put
only
anything about Darkon in those songs?
No.
Okay. What's Leo's idea?
the only thing Leo wants to know is like he wants to like the only two things loose ends Leo cares about are again he's going to the woman that attacked Alistair.
Mhm.
She did it under duress, and again he needs to like that needs to be taken into account in his
Yeah.
opinion.
So Lord Orson understands that, and he is inclined to pardon the woman's trespass unless Alistair wants to push punishment. on it.
Charges.
Like Leo's standing next to Alistair during that conversation, just squeezing his shoulder.
Right. So it's actually up to Alistair whether or not
Yeah.
Lord Orson is going to push her through punishment or not. You are the aggrieved party.
Alistair thinks that her punishment should be counseling and therapy.
I mean, that doesn't really exist yet in this world. I don't think we're up to germ theory yet, let alone, but
I mean, that sort of thing is just you go to church, right? Because that's what Genevieve's going to
pretty
do.
much.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lord Orson is inclined to agree. Now remember, her family they moved north to try to dodge paying taxes. So it's not like she and her family are blameless in the eyes of the law. But because Alistair is a noble, Orson would have to offer him, under Etherine law, or Alistair has to be like, the level of your grievance, you would have to have some input. So Alistair's just like, you know what, just make sure she's comfortable and prays a lot. And all
Look,
No, he wants her to get court mandated religious counseling help to get over her issues and be a better person and realize that stealing of these things is bad.
Look, we all know this is just a long-form allegory of Brick's opinion on sovereign citizen arguments.
Exactly. This entire adventure.
Yep.
The other thing that
final
Leo
boss.
is interested in is what happened to Edmont's body. Was it like what kind of rites? Did they just do the normal standard rites? Did they just, burn it in the woods? What?
There's no ceremony
Scorching
for
ray.
it, if that's what you mean. Like, they're not going to hold
Yeah.
because nobody knows who Edmont is. He's
Even Edmont and Ekon are even less notable than their cousins.
They and Victor were members of a satellite house of House Veritas 60 years ago. As far as, I guess it'd be up to Chris whether or not Victor had children before he decided to pursue lichdom or whatever the hell he's doing.
Yeah, he had some children.
And so Victor's children would be like distant cousins of Ellen's. But the history, nobody is alive that remembers Edmont except for Orson anyway. So he just kind of quietly has the body burned. There is probably a mausoleum on site, but it is tradition in this region of the world to burn your dead.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to know if like I imagine Orson had like the moment where he's just the sad moment where like, fulfilled his promise.
My dude came home from
Hugo
Ravenloss.
pays
He
his
has lots of
respects.
sad moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo does attend such a burning to pay his respects to Orson and kind of be sympathetic for it.
Does anybody make any requests of House Veritas for like, hey, we've done you this service, now you owe us? Does anybody ask for anything?
No, Genevieve got more than what she wanted.
Leo would ask him if he knew the location of any other interesting things to punch.
You're asking Orson that?
I mean,
he tells you that that's not precisely how Edmont would have worded the question, but he recognizes the spirit of it. Which
I'm a little confused, but I got the spirit. Yeah, a little confused, but has the spirit. That's Leo. Yes.
As far as like interesting, like bigger and badder monsters, Orson didn't have much of a career in ruin seeking or monster hunting after he returned from Darkon, and he doesn't want to speak at more length on his experiences in Darkon.
Oh, I just meant like
Completely understandable.
in the well, if you hear anything in the kingdom that needs to be punched and it sounds like it would be fun to punch, please let me know.
He never got to punch Azalin Rex or Duke Darkwood, if that's what you...
Like hearing them talk about Duke Darkwood, Leo has put Duke Darkwood on his list of things to punch.
So wait. So question: how jealous is Orson and Victor stab Darkwood?
Yeah, that's right. Victor got like a critical hit on a what was like a fighting pit roll or something
Yeah,
during downtime.
it was just a freak accident.
See that? Like now Orson knows what that's like. Getting chump stabbed in the gut.
I still remember that. That was so funny because, like, in my mind, Darkwood is like a 2E character. Like, he's still running on like 2nd edition rules,
Yeah.
even
Yeah,
though
it's
he's
like
in.
he's human, not dual class, not multi-class.
Yeah. So he's like still like absurdly high level, and then Victor just stumbles a dagger into his intestines, and it is funny.
It's pretty good. So because of, I mean, Orson's not going to explain his reasoning to you. It's not really your guys' business, but he's not going to allow Ellen to return to school. Ellen's place is now here in South Warren. After everything that's happened, Geppa, give me an insight check. Only Geppa.
Got it.
I don't think we all need an insight to what's about to happen.
That's an insight of 20.
He doesn't specify this, but you're starting to suspect that Orson understands what happened to the statue on that bridge. He and Ellen fight about it one night when you guys are sitting at dinner, and he like kind of puts his foot down, like enough arguing, like I'm the law here. You're gonna do what I say in my house, kind of discussion. So unless the company does something about it, Ellen will not be returning to Strixhaven with you.
Can we just smuggle her in a box?
You can do anything you want.
Yeah, I was gonna.
We'll have 2 boxes.
Can
one for
we get
Alex and
how long can you make invisibility last, Alistair?
I think it's like an hour.
There's no way for you to extend that.
No, I'm not a sorcerer.
Well, you could reapply it.
Yeah, I can recast it, but
So what's the idea here?
I mean, if we heard the story, like I have something like that would work, but Leo doesn't have the context to say it. I'm like, oh yeah, how did that work out between your eldest sister and your next eldest sister? That attitude.
So is the party going to try to smuggle Ellen out with them? Is that what we're into? Because she doesn't
She
want
wants
to stay
to.
here.
I'm assuming she wants to.
Well, yeah, of course she does.
yeah,
She
If she wants
hates
to,
her
then
family
you
and she
should.
hates the house she lives in. So what cockamamie scheme do you guys come up with?
Well,
I mean,
we can make her invisible, and then Alistair can sort of animate the sheets on the bed to basically take her form. So if anyone checks on her, kind of like a pillow under the sheets, but better.
Okay.
Does Elegant Samai have any more of that stuff
That's a good idea, actually.
she drank to go down into the thing, and we just put her in that?
well, that's just to like.
That would, I mean, that's exactly what she did to sneak out of Strixhaven. She doesn't have
Yeah.
any more on her, but given a couple days, she might be able to source some.
I mean,
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, somebody give me a, we'll call this either stealth or deception, because somebody's going to have to help Elegant Sumai kind of shop around the apothecaries of Redland to get the ingredients she's going to need.
Let me do deception.
Yeah, go ahead and roll deception. So deception is going to model like they know you're out shopping and taking in the city, and you're just lying about where you're going and what you're looking for to Veritas staff.
Yeah. Let me check my D4s real fast. Okay, good. It's an 18.
18. So the plan is when you guys leave Redlin, when you go out, I'm assuming you're going to tell Lord Orson that you don't need a chaperone to the South Warren border. You're going to drive your own cart. And then the night before, you're going to have Ellen drink this torpor potion, pack her into a crate, and load her onto your cart. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
I mean, listen. It worked for a Fey god, goddess. We'll just put her in a barrel.
And then Alistair is still going to animate her bed or her sheets to make it look like she's still sleeping there, tossing and turning.
That will buy you a full day's head start. So the next thing I need, if you stop
One
to
other
camp
thing before,
go ahead.
I was going to say one more thing before we leave the city is Hugo wants to take Elegance and Mai out on a nice night on the town, kind of a deal.
Okay. I mean, you could take her out on the town. It's not going to be a nice night compared to what she's used to, even at Strixhaven. It's a very backwoodsy, rustic kind of experience. Charming in its own way.
Hugo, nice.
Well, but I mean, this is a very alone. Ooh.
So, yeah, you can do that.
Brick, let me ask you something.
Sure.
Do I have a concept of who's going to come after Ellen after this one-day lead?
There's no shortage of men that Orson can be like, all right, my granddaughter has...
Right, but do I have like a specific... Like, do I think I can pick out the person specifically that he's going to be putting in charge for this?
Give me a...
Like his best man-at-arms kind of a deal?
Give me an investigation check.
Not even necessarily that, just the person he would... Like, for this specific task, who do I think he's going to tap?
Yeah, give me an investigation check. Let's see if you can suss that out while they're sourcing the ingredients for this potion.
Yep.
Can I help you with that?
I would love extra die.
Yeah. You think about die.
Oh, what are those these days? 8s?
Still 8s, yeah.
Thought 8 was pretty good. So that's a smartness investigation of 21.
Okay, yeah, you think you identify one of his men-at-arms that he trusts to bring his runaway granddaughter home.
Got one other thing here.
Give him some Ipecac or something.
You steal his belt.
Can't go anywhere without his belt.
Oh no, my armor will fall down to my knees. I'm sorry, I'm indisposed. Indisposed.
All right. I want to talk this guy up and send him off on a wild goose chase somewhere else. Not related to Ellen. Obviously, he's going to be, going after that at the time. But I want to do more. I want to try and mess with this guy to get him to get more than a day of advanced travel.
Okay. So what are we doing to what are we telling him?
First of all, I'm going to cast Charm Person on him. Can I please get a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw?
You cannot. You can have a 16.
Okay, so he's my friend.
Sure.
We're best friends. We're going out drinking. I'm going to get him super drunk, and then once he's super drunk, I'm not going to be drinking, but he'll think we are because we're best friends.
Yeah.
And then once he's super drunk, I'm going to cast a 3rd level suggestion. Wait, do I have 4th level? Yeah, 3rd level suggestion, and tell him that, look, while we were out there, there were some incredible, hunting opportunities in that part of the field that Orson probably would love to have as a trophy. You might want to get some of your best men and go out there and come back with a surprise, because obviously he's going to be really sad about his cousin. So like maybe just like having something really nice for him to come home to. You should like take your best hunters, go out for like a week, take some personal leave, and bring back some awesome trophy. And I described some made up mythical creature, not a hippogriff, those exist, a snipe that he could go hunting, and I think Orson would love to have a trophy of in his home.
Okay.
Snipe.
So there's some confusion. So the day that you guys are set to leave, so probably that morning you have Ellen drink the potion and they're off packing her up into a crate. There is some confusion in the household because Orson, like 3 of his best men at arms, one of his most loyal retainers, one of the guys that went out to the hunting lodge with you, just on a lark has gone off north on a hunting expedition. Which is a little strange to do that without your lord's leave, but like boys will be boys.
Like trusted
I guess.
aides, right? Like they occasionally do stuff like this, probably.
Additional question, Brick.
Yeah.
When we're leaving, Alistair wants to arrange with Leo and Hugo, because they're trustworthy, to basically just sleep in shifts so that we don't have to sleep overnight. Everybody just kind of sleeps on the cart and we just go.
The limiting factor is not going to be
multiple drivers.
Yeah, the limiting factor is not going to be sleeping in shifts. The limiting factor is going to be driving the cart at night. You need to be able to see to do that, and I think only one of you have dark vision.
I've got super dark vision, so if I sleep during the day, also I have catnap, how does that affect actual exhaustion?
I'm not going to worry about tracking exhaustion for this. I'm going to make one check and resolve all of it.
I also have the light cantrip, which lasts for however long.
Light cantrip won't help you drive a cart.
Yeah, I'm better off in the dark.
And this isn't something where like Geppa can drive the cart because the guy next to him has animal handling. This is going to be Geppa's animal handling check or land vehicles check, one of the two.
I'm going to, for the duration of this, I'm going to cast Speak with Animals. Does that give me advantage on handling the animals?
How long does that spell last?
I mean, I can cast enough of them that it'll last all night, but let's find out how many I have to cast. It only lasts 10 minutes. Okay. So
I'll give you advantage on the check because you can actually speak with the oxen or whoever is driving your cart.
Cool. You don't have to have a conversation with the animals for 6 hours.
Well, I think being able to talk to them is easier than just like guiding them. So this is an animal handling.
So what I'm going to say is,
how many of these do I need to make?
You guys have sent away his best, most loyal men, and you're planning, and you've got Ellen in a state where like she's easy to smuggle out in luggage, and you're planning to drive through the night. If you were to stop at camp, you would assuredly be caught. But since you are trying to drive through the night, let's have Geppa make that animal handling check. You can make it an advantage because you have the speak with animals spell and you're willing to use it.
Yeah, I'll just knock off 3 spell slots for that to continue to like cast it every now and then to keep in touch with them. I got 2 dice on animal handling from classes.
You can take a bard die too.
Oof, there it is.
Is that an 8 still?
Yeah.
Great. So that's 22, 25, 27, 28, 29. That's a 30.
Very difficult and very stressful, I imagine. A person with no actual training in driving a cart doing it, like even with dark vision at night, because you can't see colors.
Yeah.
And, a lot of it is tight forest trail. But before you know it, the sun's coming up. And you manage to get Ellen far enough away that you could outrun anyone they send. And then eventually you reach the South Warren border, at which point you're pretty much in the clear. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and load up the Strixhaven map now. Ellen wakes up. She's perfectly fine. Well, I mean, she's extremely thirsty and
stiff.
And stiff.
She spent the last 4 days in a small box.
Well, I think after a day we can wake her up on the trail.
Yeah, after this, the second day you guys get out there, you're far enough away that you've got enough of a head start, and you went all through the night, and you sent off the best guys. So
I had a thing to try if looked like we were gonna get caught, which is not required now.
Genevieve, before we go to break, I would just like to clarify: if you had not sworn fealty in that scene, 0 hit points, 3 failed death saves. You would not have survived. That would have been it.
Yeah, I figured that was possible, but like, I also had the Genevieve thought of like, no, I'm not going to do this. Like, how dare you? And then,
I have a whole scene here we don't have to play out now about like allow time for the rest of the players to organize a raised end because they're gonna want to.
oh, we have one, right? Yeah,
We do actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
We
it would have
do.
been fine.
Is
But I would
Alistair-
have actually felt genuinely upset that Alistair would have wasted that on Genevieve, of all people.
Yeah.
He would have, but
I started
Yeah.
designing that little interaction as like a because you told me days ago you were gonna cast Legend Lore, and I'm like, all right, if we're going,
yeah,
we're gonna go.
no, I mean, let's lean into it. I think it turned out great.
I started
That's cool.
designing the encounter on being like a battle of wits, and I'm like, you know what? You don't fuck with Aslan Rex. There's no.
I mean, I
saving
didn't
throw
even know
here.
what the encounter was, so like, there was no reason for me to like have a chance,
Yeah.
right? Like I didn't know what was going on, so the first question of explain what I have done to offend you was for me as much as it was for Genevieve. And like, oh, can't go that way. Let's turn around. Let's regroup. And
My
I did what I
conception of
could.
these player characters is a little different from previous Flumph groups because I like the idea that you guys are like teenage adventurers. So like every adventure you go on, you have this experience like this is the pinnacle of adventure. This is as dangerous as it gets. We've seen the top of the mountain, and you don't have any clue. You don't even know.
I mean, that's sort of where I'm coming from with Genevieve is because like she's like 15, 16 at this point.
Yeah.
Like when I was 15 or 16, I was belligerent.
Mhm.
Like I was intelligent, but at the same time I was like, no, I'm not going to do the thing that will obviously kill me. And then I die. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. So like
It's tough being a level 9 adventurer when you're only 15. Like that's
when you're only 15, right? Because you still
I'm
have a chip
3.
on your shoulder.
So let's
Kep has the biggest chip of all.
let's take a break here. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Reconvene in about 15 minutes, and we'll see about doing some exams.
Yay? Question mark.
Exigity Zams.
My wife likes to wait until we go on break before she leaves the house because the dogs have like their little doggy panic attack whenever she walks out the door.
Right.
She was going to go to Costco, and she was getting her purse and getting her stuff together. She's like, by the way, you didn't do the dishes last night, so I got a sink full of dishes. So I guess we're not cooking tonight. I'm just bringing home a pizza from Costco. I'm like, well, shit, is that all it takes? I'm never doing dishes again. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I will do the dishes after. I'll get them done tonight. Like, I just didn't want to yesterday, that's all. But now I get pizza from Costco for dinner. It's awesome. I am reading through the campaign setting that Trevor sent me for Christmas. He sent me a copy of Heckna, which is just Ravenloft in a carnival. That's all it is. It's Ravenloft in an evil carnival.
There is that evil carnival Ravenloft setting that I don't think they I wish they had went into a little more detail on.
Yeah,
It's
like the Dark Lord is like a sentient sword or something.
Right, because that's so Mr. Dark and Mr. Light from Witchlight, that's their carnival.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the carnival the person who runs that carnival in Ravenloft is originally the master of the Witchlight Carnival, and what they met and they were like they had a bet going about like, you know, like who had the they had some kind of bet going, and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light legitimately don't want to ever, like, because the next time they meet they're supposed to swap back, so they go out of their way. There's a line talking about like they go out of their way to avoid her because they don't want that shitty carnival in the shittiest place in the multiverse back. And then of course, like, she's just being eternally tortured because, you know,
that's what Ravenloft is for.
Yeah. Like, they don't want to, that's why they don't want to go back.
I like the 5e material, the setting content they put out. But the 5e material, it feels less like they're setting, like campaign setting books, and more like they're theme parks based on the campaign setting.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I would be able to run a Ravenloft game. Well, let me put it this way. I wouldn't be interested in running a Ravenloft game just based on what's in the Ravenloft books for 5e. It's because I've got the knowledge from previous editions and I know what Ravenloft can become. Because, yeah, some of these settings, I guess, like the Magic the Gathering ones they put out kind of have that. Like Strixhaven, it feels a little bit like that. It's like a theme park version of Strixhaven.
Yeah. The Theros one doesn't.
Theros seems pretty well realized. Theros,
Yeah,
and I think this is intentional because it's a Magic the Gathering setting, but it's very sexless, which stands out because it is like ostensibly inspired by Greek mythology, which is very not sexless.
So, like, the Ravnica book is like in between, like, I agree with you. The Strixhaven book, I don't think there's enough really there to. There's not enough. Of course, I feel that way about like most of the stuff that they did in the latter half, including Planescape and all that. I don't think there's enough really there to have a. There's not enough information presented in the books for the DMs to really like build their own stuff.
Yeah, I feel the same.
And have that be more than just superficial.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless you just want to, like, it's fine for a visit, but like to have something grounded there, like, you've got to, like, I made the comment, like, I want to know where the shit goes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, when I made that joke, you literally had an answer for me, and that actually made me happy. The shit and sigil goes to the demi-plane of slime, and I'm like, that is a thing I know now.
I understand why they publish the material that way. Like, they only have so many pages to put in as much as they wanted to, and they wanted to make sure they had a full set of adventures and a player's guide and a monster book. Fair enough. I just wish that they had stated in one of those books, like, hey, this is based on older material that is available for purchase here. Like like Wizards sells all of this material print on demand for older editions. And like, if you want to run a full Planescape game, this is a great start. This is what you actually need to buy. This is where it's based on this older material that we're just kind of repackaging.
So the thing that Theros does is they have names. They have like they have some city demographics. They have like, this is the general feel of a city. This is what the city looks like. They like this god. They they go into enough detail where I could run a fully like just fully realized. I could put together a campaign with the Theros book.
Mm-hmm.
The Strixhaven book, the Ravnica book has this problem too, where they have scrubbed, and the Planescape book has this problem in a weirder way. But like specifically the Strixhaven and the Ravnica book, they scrubbed there's no names in any of it. They talk about positions, but they don't tell you who's in those positions. They don't give you examples of like who, like guild leaders for Ravnica. Like what is, like what kind of person, like, and then like you get to the Planescape book and they mention the factals, but they don't really talk about them.
Yeah.
And they don't really and there's no there's like a picture of like two of them, like in the book, like, and it's like they talk about like, yeah, and it's just like, that's like important people in a like people like that are important to a setting's flavor. Like, you need to know who the movers and shakers are. Like, just saying that there is a guild leader of this guild in Ravnica is fine, because you can set your your campaign during a time frame in the city where that ever, but also include some information, because there's like, I think there's like 2 or 3 different published Desta would know, but there's like 2 or 3 different published like time spans for Ravnica. So there's like several examples of guild leaders for several of the guilds.
So the books end up inhabiting this kind of in-between state where, if you know the setting material already, what they give you is enough to run a 5e version of that setting. But if you don't already have that connection to the material as it exists, the 5e books aren't really going to inspire you to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anything about Ravnica, and I've read through the book, and it wasn't a bad book, but like, I'm not going to use any of that. It's not my, like, if I did know a lot about the setting from playing 30 years of Magic the Gathering, maybe I'd feel differently.
Like in my brain, like, because Wizards of the Coast has D&D and they have Magic the Gathering and they have done this, now in my brain, the Magic the Gathering, like, cosmology is at least partially attached to the D&D cosmology. Like there is some overlap, because like when you play Witchlight and stuff, they mention, like, there are NPCs in the before you go into the castle. There's an NPC from Ravnica in there.
Yeah.
So like you like, they're connected. My mind and like where Ravnica sits in the D&D cosmology is it's like New York, New Jersey to Sigil.
It's right? Kind of hard to have 2 separate, like, center of the multiverse cities simultaneously.
Ravnica, to my understanding, is not a center of the multiverse kind of thing.
No.
It's more like a turnpike.
Well,
like, it was like
the City of Brass.
Yeah, it'd be like, it is a stopover for a lot of locations, but it's not like it's a major crossroads, but it's not like center of the multiverse level like
So
it is for
it's
the
one of those.
cosmology.
It's one of those It's a Buc-ee's, basically.
It's a
Buc-ee's
Buc-ee's.
on
It's the
side of
Buc-ee's of the multiverse.
So like Ravnica's story is it has its own like unique thing because it was sealed off at some point. So it was like a ship in a bottle for a really long time, and then something happened and it opened up to a bunch of different planes. So you could like use it as a waypoint to get to other like planeswalkers could use it as a waypoint to get from point A to point B.
But even
Just, you know,
even
take the
Strixhaven, to use the Strixhaven material, like I had to put it in an existing setting that I already had, or else it doesn't make sense. And the Strixhaven book says to do that, just like put it wherever. It's just, it can go anywhere in the cosmos, really.
The thing that irritated me, like there's no teachers listed in the Strixhaven book, right? Like some of like when the Strixhaven book was coming out, I looked into Strixhaven and I was reading about like the various teachers and like the notable characters and stuff like that. And they're just incredibly colorful, interesting, and they would make amazing NPCs, but they're just, you know, like they don't talk about like they're not in the book. And it's like like one of the one like literally one of Magic the Gathering's greatest war criminals basically found Strixhaven and is like low key being a very I'm trying to think of the word here. She's teaching students, but she's like just more often than not just putting them in danger. It's like Miss Frizzle,
Sure.
except a war criminal.
I think she
Like-
counts
like-
as a war criminal. That school bus has gone places, man.
Yeah.
School bus
So-
has gone places. My bucket list is to play in a game set in the city of Brass one day.
I
That's on
don't know
my
that I have
bucket
the chops
list.
to set a whole campaign there. City of Brass is, I mean, it's a big place, but it's also kind of, to my knowledge, they
It's a
never
little
published
homogenous, yeah.
they never published anything that gave it enough life to have a whole. You can have a whole campaign in Sigil. You can have a whole campaign in Waterdeep.
Right.
City of Brass, I would have to invent a lot of stuff.
Fair.
We did go to the City of Brass at one point, as I recall.
We did.
I am full of pizza, all as well.
Fantastic.
I do.
I have to tell my pizza story. Oh, go ahead though.
Yo, go ahead, tell your pizza story.
Last night we were doing board game night and celebrating. I got offered a full-time position. Hooray! Finally.
Congratulations.
So I wanted pizza, and so we have a pizzeria near where my friend lives, Sergeant Pepperoni's Pizza. It's really good.
That's funny.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sergeant
a great
Pepperoni's
name.
Pizza.
yeah. After Sergeant Pepper.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's full of just references. Every wall has just like pictures of paraphernalia, and it's like this is great. I love this theme. We were kind of in a hurry though because we were playing board games and we didn't want to like spend an hour to go out and get food and come back. So, okay, we'll order delivery. We've ordered from this place before, like tens of times, and so I order pizza that has peppers on it. My friend orders pizza that doesn't have peppers on it because they don't like jalapeno, and we get some other stuff. We wait an hour and they deliver us an order that has like a Caesar salad and some other pizza, and they gave us the wrong Brandon's order. It was under Brandon D, but they grabbed Brandon G instead. So
Oh no.
we call back like, what do we do with this? Well, we can't take it back. Like food code violation if we return food. So you keep it. We'll make you a new one. We'll send it out.
Yeah.
So another hour passes. We knock on the door. There's 2 pizzas. That's a good start. They're both the pizza I ordered. So we order a third time. And another hour passes. And by the end of it, they get it right. I had to actually go and get it this time because the restaurant's closing. And at the end of 3 hours, we can finally eat. And I go home with 3.5 pizzas that I didn't even order. And now I have pizza forever in the fridge.
Yeah.
So that's my pizza story is if you're really lucky, they'll fuck up your order so many times that you can eat like a king for a week.
You get the ultimate pizza combo.
Yeah, I have like a whole Caesar salad waiting for me for dinner tonight. And I just
Why-
had 3 slices of extra large pizza. So I'm just like, yeah. Things are not bad except for my poor cat.
We ordered
But-
from
Poor kitty.
Hungry Howie's, which is just a little like hole in the wall pizza chain here. I don't know. It's in the Southeast. I don't know where else it is in America, but I love Hungry Howie's. It's my favorite pizza chain. We get it there all the time, but it does feel like they screw up the order every single time in some way. Like they forget the bread or something. It's gotten to the point where like we'll order the food and we'll get it. It's like, well, this is clearly not our food. Like this is not what we ordered. We're just going to eat it. And it's this is somebody else's salad and
Yeah. Wise men say forgiveness is divine.
yeah, like
See,
But never
I'm-
pay full price for late pizza.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with being like, oh, I'll just eat this, but like the first order was just completely wrong. Like we ordered 2 pizzas and got 1,
yeah.
and it wasn't even the
It wasn't
toppings
enough
that
food.
like half of the people could eat.
Mhm.
And I was just like, well, I'm going to eat it right now anyway. And so I had 3 slices in the first hour, and I was perfectly content. And everybody else is starving. And then the second wrong order comes in, and they still can't eat because they still haven't gotten a pizza that like doesn't have jalapenos on it, and they aren't willing to pick it off. And I'm like, you know what? It's your pizza. That's fair. So I was like giddy as anything. Like when I went to the restaurant and was like, yeah, this is the 3rd time you guys have fucked up, but honestly, like you can do this all night. I like free pizza. And like the attendant was just relieved because I wasn't yelling at her,
Yeah.
because service people are like treated like shit. And I was just like, dude, it's a mistake. I mean, you made 2 mistakes. That's weird. But I'm not gonna like lose sleep over it unless I have indigestion, and in which case this is your fault.
I have a
But-
personal rule. I never start out yelling at the service person. That's never where
No,
you
I
start
don't.
the conversation. But
Yeah.
like, I will take 0 pushback from a service. Like, I got an email from my cable company this week saying that they're going to charge me $180 some odd for a business plan for a new business that I just started in California. Spoiler, I didn't start a business in California. And when I called the woman up, instead of just, I apologize, sir, let me look into this and I'll try to get this sorted out, she immediately came out with like, oh, well, that didn't happen. That's a totally different department that I don't work in. I'm like, oh, I guess the conversation's over. Thanks. I'm going to hang up and pay you 100. I had to yell at her to get things moving.
Yeah. Please forward my call.
Yeah, like, but granted, it was 4:30 in the morning. I was like, I don't want to be on the phone with the cable company, but if you work in
No.
service, like nobody should yell at you, but also you should do your job and provide the
service.
service.
Right.
Yeah.
The amount of people that like refuse to even do the bare minimum for their job is just depressing.
Now, spoiler,
back.
I was the business in California. That is... No, just kidding.
No, so the business, I can say the name of the business because the name of the business that got started was Brick Road Boutique. So,
Oh,
That's funny.
interesting. That's funny that found their way back to you. So let me.
I'm kind of horrified that whatever computer system the cable company uses attached the Brick Road in my email address to the name of the, like, is that how their algorithm works? They just
Probably.
find a
Probably
random
AI that
email address that.
hallucinated.
Ugh.
At Brick Road Boutique, we offer carefully selected soul-lifting clothes. You can shop locally, buy online, or host an in-home pop-up
No,
shop.
I didn't look into
Well,
it
no,
that
well-
far, but
This is
Oh, that's
actually
a,
their
that's a drop
website.
ship.
It's,
That
it's-
sounds like a dropship scam.
yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah, no. What probably happened is somebody through all the security breaches has managed to grab your email addresses, the fact that you have a Brick Road YouTube channel,
yeah. Well,
and just tied it all together.
I've had
I mean,
this
I'm
email
just gonna
address.
paste
You
this
guys,
here.
if you remember back in like 2002 when Gmail was first rolling out in beta, you needed an
Yep.
invite to get a Gmail account
Yep.
in those
Yeah.
days.
I do remember.
That's how long I've had this email address. It's been my primary email for more than 20 years. So, like, it's been leaked and it's been in data breaches. Like, everybody in creation has my email at this point. I'm not surprised. Oh, that pullover's awful. I'm so sorry for that woman. Anyways, everybody
Right?
back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Go ahead and lift the blindfold here. That's
Man, I'm looking at.
There were puppies outside, and that was just
$118.
too much for our dogs.
Get fucked, Brick Road Boutique.
Right? Right?
Come
No,
on.
I did cherry pick the most expensive generic-looking thing.
That's half of a
To
purple
share.
pillow.
Yeah, it is. I would much rather sleep on a purple pillow than the ruby red polo pullover.
Oh, that's awful. She doesn't even look happy to be wearing it. She's just like, ugh.
No, I
Yeah,
feel like the
this
models.
is 100% a dropship scam.
I feel like models for like this generic clothing like always just kind of try to look neutral, but they always look kind of like they're sad to exist.
They look like, this is not the modeling shoot that I wanted.
Yeah.
This was my 9th choice.
That's my empathy kind of just reaching out there. Like she looks pretty miserable.
She looks like a mental patient.
I am not associated
No, I
with a
wouldn't go that
dropship scam
No, I mean
at all out of
that
California.
that-
Oh, in the red attire. Yeah.
that looks like something like you would put on a mental patient. She's
It
wearing
kind of
slippers.
does. Oh my god.
Is that why healthcare's so expensive in America?
No, we have
Yeah,
We're all
actually-
shopping at Brick Red's boutique or something.
I've actually been in the local medical scrubs store that they have, and they're not selling scrubs for $118. I'll tell
No,
the
no,
story
they're
about
not.
why I was in there some other time. I'd rather get back to
Well, my
D&D.
students had to buy scrubs for like nursing and stuff, so like I hear all those stories.
Yeah, I have a pretty good story about why I went into that store, but we'll get to that some other day. All right, Dungeons and Dragons, or Mazes and Monsters and Mayhem, if you prefer.
Mazes and Monsters is a fake game that doesn't exist.
Hugo.
Yes, ma'am.
Things happen just as Elegant Sumai said they would. When she returns, she doesn't. There's no like surreptitiousness to it at all. She just goes up to her retainers. She admonishes them for not doing their job properly. They humble themselves, genuflect before her because
And they're not trying to take my head for kidnapping her like
No.
fucking Chrono Trigger.
It's not your fault. They take the besmirching of their honor. And nothing else comes of it. Like she's just back from her journey. It's clear though that she's like the gears are turning. Like she's working through a variety of theories as her understanding of like unseelie creatures expands. There
If
is
you've got anything
no.
I was gonna
Go ahead.
say if you got anything if you got anything that further to act on Allie, that would I would back you on that.
Well, she thinks that Leah would be upset if it came to beheading her.
We're not going to go that far.
I mean, never say never, right? Just to assuage any
You didn't-
curiosity, there is no mention anywhere in any academic or written text, even here at Strixhaven, of Lands of Darkon or anything to that nature. So it's
That would probably be Ruby like saying, "Yeah, no, got to keep my people out of the news to make us not look like madmen."
yeah. Pretty
Well,
much.
there's not written word of it, but there's a person who might be willing to talk or not.
So Leo and Hugo have free downtime actions coming, correct? Because everybody else is going to take an exam.
Yeah, all my exams got. Leo like complains about all of his exams being postponed.
Did Hugo already level to 9?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hugo are
Oh,
leveled.
okay, I didn't know that.
So Leo, what would you like to do for downtime then? We'll start with you.
I don't know. Maybe like Hugo wants. Not excuse me. Like I don't know. I'm kind of thinking of like getting to know Ellen a little better since she's like dating one of my best friends.
Okay.
And also like kind of leery about leaving her by herself, considering she essentially teen runawayed her way back to school.
I mean, that gets discovered very quickly. There's probably word waiting when you guys return to Strixhaven that Orson has discovered what's happened and just sent word along that he you guys were able to evade capture but not evade notice.
Right, yeah.
That's
So-
impossible.
Yeah, I get that, but like it's one of those things of like Orson was around
Mhm.
both Evelyn and Jeannie, and he has to understand he cannot win this. Or he like
And that's pretty much where he leaves it. Like, you're going to be in much bigger trouble than you realize when you do come home, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna go back. He's gonna throw like, yes, my sister, while she was here, she designed this giggle dungeon. Into it with you.
So you want to have a relationship encounter with Ellen Veritas?
Yeah, I was like along the lines of like talking to her about like I don't know. We just kind of talk a little bit about the. Do you want to resolve that now, or do you want to like get everybody's?
We can resolve it now.
Stuff.
This is your downtime action.
Yeah. Like just I don't know. Have a discussion with her about like why she thinks the story with her grandpa like that her grandfather told, even though it was like corroborated by something, like why does she think that that's not true, like especially since I mean, like just talking to her, just trying to give her somebody else to talk to, and then like at the end basically suggesting like, well, like, you know, like you do have a like suggesting maybe she actually reach out to the mushroom lady professor.
So the reason Ellen doesn't believe her grandfather is because something this important, like she sees her grandfather as a really flawed person.
Mm-hmm.
He has his flaws and foibles that she's been living an exaggerated version of for her entire life. So, but she never thought that he hated her so much that he would keep something that important from her. Her opinion is like, if this was true, if this was part of her family legacy, she would have been told at some point. There would be other evidence except just this crazy story that he apparently came up with 60 years ago, and then his sister didn't buy it, and then it was just never mentioned again.
But you do have other evidence now. Like we brought back, like Leo will point out that we brought back the other evidence, and we brought it back independently of your grandfather. Like,
And
you know,
she's in denial of that. Like there's always been traditions of werewolves in the far north. Edmont could have gotten lycanthropy from anywhere. Maybe they wound up flushed to the Shadowfell like you guys were for a week. Like that could have happened, but this idea of them building a village in service to some evil king in a dark land for a decade.
And I'll also mention the journal. Like, and then I briefly read one of your great aunt's journals that also mentions this. We didn't really have the context for this, and then also it's enchanted to make you like lose interest in it, but I got and like Leo will like puff out his chest. Apparently, I cared the least and got the furthest.
Is Leo going to a +1 or a -1 with Ellen?
Oh, +1. Leo doesn't like. Yeah, he's like he doesn't. Yeah.
So, Ellen usually doesn't confide in people like this. Although she does delight in judging people.
Yeah.
And you can tell that she's just grateful to have somebody who just to talk to and who's listening to her. When you mention that, you know, I've got this journal from your great aunt that kind of corroborates the story, she just kind of scoffs and says, Genevieve is the stupidest smart person I know.
Eugenia, right?
No, she's talking about
No.
Genevieve.
Oh, okay.
Is the stupidest smart person I know, because otherwise she would pick a better idol. And Leo, not for nothing, but you know Allie's using you, right?
Leo sighs. He goes, "There's a lot going on there, and at this point, it's just like he says, I don't know. Like sometimes she's not terrible, and then but like the rest of the time, and But and he shrugs and says, "There's other things going on there that I want to see through before I cross that bridge." Is basically what he says. But he like acknowledges her point.
And then she tells you that it's really funny when you put sneezing powder in Geppa's ichor. Like, she's done it 3 or 4 times, and it's never not hilarious. So she just confides that secret in you. And I've got you now at 1 with Ellen Veritas.
Yeah.
Mr. Huge O. Would you like a
I'd like to
downtime
continue
action?
researching magic.
Roll it!
Let's see. My DC is 22. Hugo R. Smirt.
R. Smirt.
So this is just a straight intelligence check, right? Or is this?
I will double check. I think it is, but I will double check. Yeah, it's just a straight intelligence check.
Okay, so I don't think I can enlist Elegantsumi's aid on that, can I?
I think I would allow that if it's something she is knowledgeable about.
The enlarge reduce spell.
Probably not.
I don't know if she's okay then.
Oh, so you're learning a spell. You're not conducting research.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be your spellcasting ability score, not necessarily, unless intelligence is your
Okay.
spellcasting ability score.
Which
think it
is
might be.
Constitution, right? Or is it intelligence?
It's whatever one you picked at character creation.
Your quintessence also, right?
Yeah.
That's intelligence.
No, so it is intelligence.
Oh, come on, please roll good. I want to get the spell before. I want to get the spell before the end of the campaign. It's not a 22. It's a 16.
Okay, so next time you make this check, your DC will be 14. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Reduces it by 6. Yeah.
All right. Alistair.
Yeah.
Listen how excited he is.
So excited.
So you're being examined in
One of
kind
the dance
fundamentals of movement.
Yeah.
I mean, Leo aced this.
Okay, well.
Leo did fine. How are you studying for this? Are you going to study? You're going to pull all nighter, or are you going to try to cheat?
Which study technique gives me the freebies?
You get 1 freebie if you
All-nighter, I
study
believe.
normally. You get 2 freebies potentially if you pull an all-nighter, but then you're exhausted during the test.
That's fine. I'll do an all-nighter.
All right, so it's going to be DC is 8 plus your year times 2, so 8 plus 6 equals 14. Does that sound right?
You let me use him as a study buddy, even though we were taking different tests last time.
Yeah, I want to use a study buddy to make the roll better or whatever.
Okay, yeah, if Leo's going to help you study, you can make that roll at advantage.
Mm-hmm.
17 plus whatever my modifiers are. So
All right.
that's a pass.
So you've got 2 freebies going into the exam. So those are just questions you can just pass on and get the right answer correct. And what ability, what skill are you pursuing in this class? Stealth.
Really good ones.
So during the test, you can make a stealth check at disadvantage to try to use a 50-50.
Yeah,
All right.
sounds right.
If you would like to join me in the... Oh, there it is. In the D&D puzzle room, we will get this exam on. Also, I will need to pull up the actual exam questions.
The exam in an area I do far too little of.
All right. So 5 questions. They're multiple choice, A, B, C, or D. You've got 2 freebies, and you've got 1 50-50 check at disadvantage. Question 1. What is the safest process for lifting a heavy object? Is it A, bend at the waist, lift slowly? B, bend at the knees, keep back straight? C, match the momentum of the lift with exhalation. Or D, assure appropriate ley line alignment.
I'm gonna go with bend at the knees with a back straight.
Question 2.
Because 2 of those sound like nonsense.
Why do we warm up before exercise? Is it A, to give onlookers more time to appreciate our muscles? B, to reduce lactic acid in the body's fluids? C, to test for soreness or injury? Or D, to prepare muscles for more strenuous exertion?
As much as I like the first choice, I'm going to go with preparing the muscles. Is that D?
Question 3. What is the safest way to recover after a fall? And for purposes of this exam, you can just imagine that Genevieve's not there to cast Featherfall on you.
Okay.
Because I can see Alistair just crossing the question out and writing that in.
Oh, yeah, either Featherfall or Leo catches him.
Safest way to recover after a fall. Is it A, always land on your feet? B, cover your face with your elbows? C, roll with the direction of impact? Or D, inhale at the moment of impact?
I'm going to go with roll with the direction, and the only reason I know that is because I was in boot camp.
Question 4. Why do many athletes fail in field combat situations? Is it A, fighting and competing are inherently different schools of movement? B, injury is likely in combat but unheard of in competition? C, the use of arms and armor eliminates the need for core strength and stamina? Or D, they often neglect training with equipment load?
Once again, thank you, boot camp, for making me jump into pools with a full set of equipment. So that would be D. Because that makes a huge difference.
Question 5. What performative combat maneuver has a reputation for being impressive despite a complete lack of kinesthetic function or combat utility? Is it A, the battle cry? B, the micro jab? C, the headbutt? Or D, the roundhouse kick?
So is the micro jab the thing that they do in Kill Bill where she sits there and punches the coffin?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Exactly.
The useless one is clearly the roundhouse kick because you only put that in there to screw with Leo.
You have 2 freebies you haven't used. Are you happy to lock in all those answers?
I'll use a freebie on the performative action just because I feel bad because it was talked about so much afterwards.
You didn't need a freebie. You got all 5 right. You aced it. Good job.
Oh, okay.
But like when you
Yay.
go back, act like you completely biffed it, and it's Leo's fault.
Yeah, like the music one.
Yeah, just blame Leo for it.
Prime, that's a bad sign.
Leo, you must move a lot more than I do. That was terrible.
I don't think it was that hard. You know what that sounds like, right?
Yeah, he had to
Yeah,
get up
yeah.
off his couch.
I'm lazy.
Genevieve, you've got an exam coming up.
Yeah, that's me.
You are being examined in
I don't even know.
historical
something?
blacksmithing techniques.
Okay.
How are you going to study?
Watch Fortune Fire.
Oh, I had to do that. I was about to go to the next room.
Are we going to study, pick all nighter, or try to
I'm
cheat?
going to do the all-nighter.
Okay. Do you have a study buddy?
Nobody is taking this class, but Hugo maybe, question mark? We've done a class like this before.
Let's see.
I don't know if that will
Hugo.
work.
Hugo
We
took a
did
class called
intermediate
Intermediate and
blacksmithing.
Advanced Armoring.
Yeah, we did that together.
You can ask Hugo nicely if he'll study buddy with you.
Sure.
Would you like to? All right.
Okay.
Sweet.
So you can make this check at advantage. You're looking for a DC of 14.
These are history checks?
They are
Sorry, what am I testing on? Let's see here. Yeah, history.
history.
Oh, geez, I have huge bonuses in history. Okay, well, this shouldn't be too bad. Famous last words, right? 14. That's a pass.
Okay. So you've got 2 freebies going into the exam.
Oh, I got to do it twice, don't I?
No, you study all night.
Oh, sorry. I thought I
That
passed 2 separate checks.
that one roll gives you 2 freebies because you studied all night, but you're at disadvantage if you use your 50-50 during the exam because you're exhausted.
Sure.
All right,
Right.
follow me into the puzzle room.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to
time
the
for a
exam
puzzle.
chamber. I got to find your test here.
Yeah. Remember, I type everything, so I apologize for wasting your time and others. Well, I don't care so much about the viewers' time; they can fast forward.
You could-
but you're stuck with me.
How many campaign notes do you? This is your second Flumph camp. How many kids?
I am on page. I'm on page 80.
Only 80 pages. Okay.
Only 80 pages.
I wrote
right?
I wrote 50 for the Flumph 8. Anyway, question 1.
Well, now that you got me curious, I have to go back and look at how long Flumph 6 was in pages.
Oh, so 80 is just for this.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow, Flumph 6 was 81 pages, so I have actually gone more than Flumph 6.
Question
somehow.
1.
Anyway, yeah.
What is the function of an anvil's horn? Is it A, to hold the anvil steady on soft ground? Just tell me okay when you want me to continue.
Yep.
B, to sharpen tools upon.
Yep.
C, to bend and curve metal into rounded shapes.
Okay.
Or D, the acoustics summon lesser anvils when struck.
That's something that Alistair would want.
You want to
Okay.
move on to the next question?
I think I know the answer, and I'm going to mark that, but go on to the next one.
Question 2. Define tempering. Is it A, striking the metal only at dawn or dusk?
Yep.
B, reheating hardened metal to reduce brittleness?
Yep.
C, folding metal to reduce air pockets?
Okay.
D, whispering encouragement to stubborn steel?
I mean, we could all use a little bit of help, right? Okay, next question.
Question 3. Why is charcoal preferable to raw wood? Is it A, charcoal is easier to chip into decorative shapes?
Okay.
B, charcoal produces a more pleasant smelling smoke?
You know, I would agree with that, but go ahead.
C, charcoal burns hotter and more evenly?
Yep.
D, charcoal prevents weapons from becoming cursed?
Well, if the curse is an organic compound, that would be true. Okay, next question.
Question 4. What advantage does steel have over pure iron? Is it A, steel is favored by air?
Okay.
B, steel is lighter?
Yep.
C, steel is harder and holds a better edge?
Yep.
D, steel never rusts?
I didn't realize that my chemistry background would solve most of these. That's kind of nice. Okay, go ahead.
Question 5. Why is hammering in a rhythm important? Is it A, it reduces strain on arm muscles?
Okay.
B, it helps to shape the metal evenly? C, it makes the forge compliant with noise pollution laws.
You really enjoy writing these, don't you?
Oh, it was so fun.
Okay, what's the last choice?
It allows nearby bards to keep time.
Is that why Alistair is always outside the forge?
So would you like to lock in some answers or take a 0?
Oh man, I don't need to level up. I could just let's just go have lunch for a bit. We'll just
Yeah.
leave these.
You've got 3
floats or
pizzas to
whatever.
eat, so.
Yeah, I have so many pizzas. You want some? Come
I've
on
got some
over.
coming from the Costco.
Oh, you better hope they fuck it up because you'll get another pizza. But if they fuck it up infinitely and you have infinite pizza, I can't help
Raz,
you.
you have to answer these
Like-
questions now.
I do have to answer these questions. I'm sorry. Number 2, I'm going to say reheating. Tempering is reheating hardened metal to reduce brittleness.
Okay.
3, I'm going to say charcoal burns hotter and more evenly.
Okay.
4, I'm going to say steel is harder and holds a better edge.
Okay.
And I'm going to freebie the other 2.
You want to take a guess before you freebie them and see if you were close?
So I'm pretty sure 1, the function of an anvil's horn is to bend and curve metal.
That is correct. So lock in the freebie there.
And then 5, I'm just guessing. I'm guessing it reduces strain on arm muscles.
Shapes the metal more evenly is the correct
Yeah.
answer. When
I would not have guessed that.
when you're hammering at a rhythm, it's easier to keep the metal moving consistently. All right, so that's 5 out of 5 with using your 2 freebies.
Very
Well
good.
done.
Thank you. All right, I will bother you no further.
Playing back when the block structure was still there, though.
Hooray!
Rez says he
What's
will
up?
bother me no further, but we all know that's a horrible lie.
Oh, look, I already followed you here.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think that just leaves Gepa, who is being examined in, for whatever reason, Ecclesiastical Law 200.
Yep.
How would you like to study for your Ecclesiastical Law exam?
I'd like to pull an all-nighter. I don't know if I have any potential study buddies.
Maybe?
How's this one?
I mean, I would allow you to take Elsahar with you. You're level 2 with Elsahar. He's always down to study with people.
That doubles as a friendship encounter for him.
Well, I've
it,
already got a bit.
it won't double as a friendship encounter because it won't actually level up the relationship level, but he's at level 2, so if he like just asks Elsahar, he'll always make... Because when Elsahar studies with somebody, he gets to like be smarter than them, and that's his favorite thing. So
Yeah.
would you like to study with Elsahar?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and make the... what are you... it's like you're taking persuasion, so it's going to be a persuasion check at advantage. You're looking for a DC 14.
I failed. How does re-rolling a check at advantage work?
You just roll another die and then pick the whatever's
Okay, 'cause
highest.
I've got sorceress, whatever that lets me spend a sorcery point to re-roll ability checks, so I'm going to use one of those. Still failed.
Oh, okay. The other thing about Elsahar is he probably doesn't believe in any religious nonsense. So studying with him about ecclesiastical law probably gets very frustrating very quickly. So you've got no freebies going into the exam.
Man, you better channel Ekon here.
Yeah, do you have any of Ekon's notes left over? And you're exhausted because you spent all night studying. This is
Good luck, Destel.
the least prepared we've ever been for an exam. So you'll follow me over into the
You can do
room.
it.
I need to pull up the exam here. All right, we're ready to go?
Yep.
Question 1. These are long questions, too. These are like essay questions.
Okay.
A village elder orders crops burned. The burn stops the spread of blight, but several families lose their livelihood. How does the church judge this? Is it A, an expression of tyranny? B, regrettable but lawful necessity? C, grievous destruction of property? Or D, agricultural malpractice?
Can I get those one more time?
A, an expression of tyranny, B, regrettable but lawful necessity, C, grievous destruction of property, or D, agricultural malpractice?
I'll go with B.
B or D?
B as in boy.
B as in boy. Question 2. Two nobles swear a public vow to marry for alliance. Later, one discovers the match was arranged through deception and withdraws. Is this punishable sin? A, no, because the vow was attained through deception. B, no, because the vow was not freely given. C, yes, because any broken vow is sinful. Or D, only in the case that gifts were exchanged.
I'm going to go with A.
Question 3. A reformist noble knowingly abdicates his titles and rejects all heirs, and convinces his only sibling to do the same. The church judges these actions as A, a private family matter, B, an act protected by personal freedom, C, a modern interpretation of doctrine, or D, grievous sin leading to loss of status and record.
Can I get that one more time?
Is it A, a private family matter, B, an act protected by personal freedom, C, a modern interpretation of doctrine, or D, grievous sin leading to loss of status and record?
I'm going to go with B.
Personal freedom?
Yep.
Question 4. Following are 4 lower court rulings in cases where a published magical treatise withheld information in order to protect public interest. Which ruling, when argued before the High Aethar, would be upheld? Is it A, unlawful hoarding of magical knowledge subject to the full punishment of the church? B, acceptable partial disclosure provided the unedited treatise is surrendered to the church? C, responsible guardianship of knowledge ruled as the prerogative of the publishing mage? Or D, a matter for editors and publishers outside the bailiwick of the church?
I'm going to go with A on that one.
Go with A. Final question. Aethar Roswick was famously cast from office for suggesting the day of holy examination be cancelled, quote, temporarily, end quote. Which argument defeated him? Was it A, Roswick's citation of, quote, necessary stability measure had no precedence in law? B, Roswick lacked administrative discretion? C, Roswick was a targeted political opponent of the sitting High Aethar? Or D, Roswick was attempting to circumvent sacred oversight to save his own seat?
I'm going to try A on that one.
Okay. And we like all those answers. We're locked in.
Can I hear number... Hold on. Which one was it? Let me hear number 3 one more time. I'm not confident on that one.
A reformist noble knowingly abdicates his titles and rejects all heirs, and convinces his only sibling to do the same. The church judges these actions as A, a private family matter, B, an act of personal freedom, which is what you selected, C, a modern interpretation of doctrine, or D, grievous sin leading to loss of status and record?
I'm actually going to change that to D.
To D.
Yeah, I think that's more in line with the church.
And it's a good thing you did, because that brings you to 3 out of 5.
Thank God, that was a bad one.
We can go
It's also
back
a
now.
terrible ability score for me to even attempt to roll.
So Destel
One is
had
frozen.
the worst rolls we've seen in studying, and the possibly hardest exam I've designed.
Oh no,
Is it level 9 now?
5 out of 5.
Well, everybody passed.
Yes, because I had all my answers. I'd written them down. I was looking at them. I was thinking about them. I was like, Brick was like, "Are you okay with all these?" I'm like, "Let me hear number 3 again." No, I think I made the wrong choice there. Let me change it, and that was apparently correct. And
He
got me
changed it to
3.
the right answer. I feel like
So you ended up with 3 out of 5.
he was at 2 out of 5
He's
and then the
getting
last
your-
second. I like that's
Oh,
very,
okay. The hint.
Gep is sitting there.
No, it wasn't a hint. I was thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
18 seconds left on the clock on the exam, and he just like furiously scrapes out an answer and writes in a new
Yep.
one.
I have
These
so many students
degrees.
that do that, but usually it's the other way. They change the right answer to a
Uh-huh.
wrong answer.
So Gepa passed, and then Alistair and Genevieve both aced their exam. So Gepa, you unlock your D4 for the class, and Alistair and Genevieve unlock both of their D4s for the class.
Oh, I
And
actually have to level up. This might take a second.
Yeah, I got a question, Brick. On
Level
spells.
9's a huge.
you have a question.
level.
I like questions.
So the 5th level bard spell animate objects.
Yep.
The wording is confusing because it basically says you can animate up to 10 things, but then in the section where it talks about what you can do with the things you animate, it uses a singular verbiage instead of a plural verbiage.
1, 3, 2.
So it's like, if I animate 10 things, can I have all 10 of them attack, or can I only have one of them attack at a time?
You know what? I have the spell app on my phone, but I'm actually going to grab my PHB for this. Is it back here in the tunnel?
It could be.
Spells now, cantrips.
You want to
how
animate
did I make
more
this?
objects?
Animate. Well, so it says objects come to life at your command. Choose up to 10 non-magical objects within range that are not being worn or carried. Medium counts as 2 objects. Large counts as 4. Huge counts as 8. You can't animate anything larger than huge. Each target animates and becomes a creature under your control. But then it goes to say, as a bonus action, you can mentally command any creature you made with this spell. If the creature is within 500 feet of you, you decide what action the creature will take and where it will move during its turn, or you can issue a general command such as guard, blah, blah, blah. If you issue no commands, the creature only defends itself against hostile creatures. So like the first paragraph, you can animate a whole bunch of stuff, but the second paragraph is like, yeah, singular creature we're talking about. Like,
Well, it said
I don't know
any
if it's-
creature. That's
yeah,
That's very.
it doesn't say all
Um,
creatures.
It does. It says you can command any or all of them at the same time, issuing the same command to each one. So my read on this is, I have a very vivid memory of ruling on this in the past, but now that I'm actually reading this spell, it's never been used in this way at my table. Like, I have 2 very vivid memories that are mutually exclusive. The human brain is nonsense.
My question is, if I take it and I animate, say, 10 rapiers, can I have all of them attack at once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you just have to roll because it's 10 separate creatures with 10 separate.
Yeah, so it's 10 separate attacks, but can I do that
You're
with a
gonna
single bonus
you're gonna
action?
get us fireballed like crazy just to melt your things, but
You cannot cast this spell on objects that you create, though. Because objects that you create with your Bard of Creation stuff are, like, by definition magical, because you've created them out
Yeah.
of nothing. So you would have
Yeah,
to
so no
physically
creating
carry
exactly.
10 rapiers on your person, and I'm curious to know how you're doing that.
Why don't you
You've
just-
seen a quiver, right?
You can't fit 10
Just-
rapiers into a quiver. You can fit 10
Just-
arrows into a quiver.
Yeah, just use something like arrows, or
Maybe
even
arrows
better,
and
just
daggers or-
coins.
Well, coins
Just
should be tiny. I'd rather have something that's small.
A rapier would be tiny.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Yeah, I actually know what the size category is. But
size categories don't work as well for objects as they do for creatures, which is what we're going to run into. But yeah, if you use this spell to animate, what can you do? 10 non-magical, so 10 tiny objects, or 10 small objects. As a bonus action, you command them. You have to give all of them the same, so you'd be commanding them all to attack.
yeah, that's fine.
Which sounds like a good idea right now, but I guarantee you, once you get into a fight and try to do it, it's going to become immediately apparent why it's not a terrific idea. I'm not going to explain why, because I can't wait for it to happen, and it's going to be hysterical. But
Oh, I already know why it's going to be a terrible idea. But that's fine.
It just says 10 non-magical objects in range. As long as they're tiny or small, you get 10. Medium objects count as 2. Large objects count as 4. Huge objects count as 8. Hugo does not count as an object, unless he's dead in a corpse. So if you kill Hugo...
He needs consent for that.
Oh, corpses count as object? Great.
Yeah,
that makes it so much better.
corpses count as objects for sure. If the object lacks legs or appendages... It instead has a flying speed of 30 feet and can hover. This is a 5th level spell. This checks out. I can't believe I've never seen this spell used to this degree at the table before. Or has it been used and I just am not remembering it.
I feel like Nodal had it at one point.
Yeah. Nodal had it in on Seeker.
So by default, an object that you animate will have like a bludgeoning damage as a slam attack, but depending on what you animate, it can turn into slashing or piercing based on its form. You're not going to, or I guess I would also rule in, well, so if you animate a torch and use the attack, it's going to be bludgeoning damage, not fire, I would think. Although you could animate a torch and then give it the command to ignite something would work. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I can't wait until you attempt to use that in combat.
Oh, it's going to be great, especially when we go into a room full of bricks.
Just all the bricks. Now, just putting googly eyes on absolutely everything. All right. Is everybody else leveled up to 9?
No, there's so many things I have to do at level 9.
Aw.
So I'm trying to do that.
Poor Bab.
So give me a second.
Sure. Any other questions from those of you who are leveling?
I just have to pick spells to trade up if I want.
Now that both Leo and Alistair have taken their exam, I have to share the trolley question. Because both of them laughed at it. This was the final question in the exam, Fundamentals of Movement. The question was, what performative combat maneuver has a reputation for being impressive despite a complete lack of kinesthetic function or combat utility? And the final correct answer was the roundhouse kick. I half expected Leo to get it wrong on purpose, just out of spite.
Like, he wants to perfect the roundhouse kick.
He wants to,
So,
he wants
like,
to
to
prove
give-
all of academia wrong on the subject.
He has witnessed a perfect roundhouse kick. Remember? He witnessed the absolute pinnacle perfect. So, like, he recognizes that his roundhouse kicks are flawed and don't have the kinesiologic purpose, but it's the journey to get to that destination, you know?
Oh, I can't do that yet. Oh, boo.
Hugo, you've taken both of your exams this term, haven't you?
Yep.
Oh, I don't have you marked down in the doc as having taken your art history exam yet. I guess I just didn't mark it correctly. Did you take it?
No, I haven't. No, I don't think I have.
You're level 9, right? Hugo?
Yeah.
Cheating.
If you're level 9, you should have taken both.
Did you give him the same exam twice?
You took
No?
Advanced Runic Magic.
Yeah.
That was earlier when everybody took their first round of exams, right?
Yeah.
And then you've already taken one
I'm
for
not
this
sure.
round last week, didn't you? Or before you left? How do we mess this up?
Maybe we might have messed this up. Let me.
How?
Oh, you know what? I should be taking an exam right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that makes. I thought. Yeah, that makes more sense. I thought
Yeah.
everyone except Leo was taking an exam.
Yeah, that's my bad. I apologize.
Ah.
I completely fucked up. Let me roll that spell save back then.
No, just use it next week. Because Leo's going to need the exam too, right?
I'll let you just.
That is true. We'll let it.
I'm
ride
gonna
and
make
then
you.
I'll
Yeah,
fix it.
I'm not gonna let you roll it back anyway because you've already seen the result of it. So you'll have other downtime opportunities before we go on an adventure.
Yeah, I. Besides, it's easy to roll back the level up for level 9.
The level up you've got
Because
to.
it's
If you've done a level up already, you've got to roll it back. But
yeah, I did.
Okay.
But it's easy as a fighter. Dead simple.
good. Okay.
I don't have Indomitable.
So next time we do
the reroll of
downtime,
saving
we've still
throw.
got Deluate Art History and Essentials of Strength and Conditioning for Leo.
My apologies for scrambling my own brain. I apologize.
I was looking at that and I'm like, I know I didn't make a mistake because I never make mistakes. Can't be
Except
my
for all the
fault.
times.
Except for all the things that I get wrong, I don't make any mistakes.
You never make mistakes.
Do any of you Genevieve, you told your companions about the horrible dream you had and the sensation of suffocating to death. Correct?
Yes, I did.
What is the group's resolution as far as finding Darkwood in order to fulfill this vow that Genevieve has made?
Well, you're cursed.
You screw up there, Genevieve.
Well, I don't think she screwed up. It sounds like she was going to die if she did
So
it. Because...
what specifically did you swear an oath to do?
Sorry, can't answer that right now. I'm breaking my character sheet. What is going on? Sorry, I'm trying to. What is it? NA? What is going on? Did not find value. Oh. There we go. Okay. Sorry. I am infusing things on my character sheet and I'm breaking it left and right. So
A broken character
Sorry.
sheet is a hat. We're getting to the point in the campaign if we were using paper character sheets, it would all
Yeah.
just be like erasure smudges all
yeah,
the way down.
no, I mean I'm trying to get it to print my actual AC because my AC went up by 1.
Your AC
but
was already
I
like
have to-
48.
That's 22 now.
I already can't
So-
hit you ever.
Yeah,
Just-
it'll get
just-
at level 10. It becomes 23.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
You can
no,
just
I'm
type
trying
it
to
in.
make my character sheet auto update that. Just so that I don't break it if I like say, oh, I have haste and I need to add 2 or whatever. But I just could not figure out how. But I think I've got it.
Okay. So Genevieve told you guys the story of what she experienced. So everybody else can kind of sound off on what the group's plan is as far as attempting to find Darkwood, if that's a thing you are interested in doing for Genevieve.
What were the exact words? Like you would expend all your effort and all your energy to find him, or you would just, try to find him as we do other stuff?
I unfortunately didn't write that down, so I'm gonna have to defer to Brookwood.
Well, the first answer she gave was, would not. She hemmed and hawed, and she's not sure if that was in her wheelhouse, et cetera, et cetera. And then he doubled down and demanded her fealty, to which she said, yeah, okay, I'll try. Something to that effect. She gave an affirmative response.
Yeah, that's.
But she said she'd try. That's the important word. Try is the key word. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
You cannot, like, you can't win this argument. Like, this is not a court of law.
So I guess that's a
With
good
a-
question for Genevieve. Do you expect if this entity contacted you again and you said, "Oh, sorry, I tried my best," it would go, "Oh, okay, that's all I could ask of somebody is that they try their best."
I'm sorry, I was distracted with my cat. Can you repeat that?
If you were contacted by this entity again and you had failed to find Darkwood and told it, I tried my best, would you expect this entity's response to be something like, "Well, that's all I could expect. You did your best"?
No, I expected I would die. It'd be like, no, Mr. Bond, right? Like, I, the player, expected Genevieve would just die.
Right.
Like, if that happened.
But what does Genevieve expect?
Genevieve doesn't know what to expect because this is outside the realm of science. Like, anything could happen, but she would make her best effort to, like, assess the situation as it unfolds and then question mark.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Like, obviously, this guy is not great, but, like,
okay,
she
so
apparently has angered him, and now she has to do his bidding.
okay, so the question is, does Genevieve want to drop everything and expend all of her energy on fulfilling Aslan Rex's demand, or does she want to kind of like how does she want to actually handle this?
She is not terrified of this prospect enough to be like, drop everything and do this. Like, well, let's look into it, when we have time.
That's Alistair's opinion then.
Okay.
At the end of the campaign, the fucking edgelord warlock I made for that one session shows up and knocks on Genevieve's door. It says, "Wake up, samurai. We have a city to burn."
Okay. Does anybody else have thoughts about? So, is the group's decision then that this is not something we're going to pursue actively?
Like, we don't have any
Hugo seems
leads.
very worried about it. Like we do have to solve a 60-year-old mystery
Mm-hmm.
at this point.
And actually, our best lead to figuring out where Darkwood is happens to be here on the campus. Allie.
Yeah.
So, are we bringing Allie into the fold?
No, absolutely not. I'm talking about like the stuff going on surrounding her
Uh-huh.
is the closest things we have. I mean, like, we could go to what's his name? I have his name written down here. Hold on. We could go to Lord Windspear and be like, "Hey, our friend was cursed by a mummy man to go find Darkwood. Can you like give us directions, maybe call us an Uber to his place?"
Are you doing that?
I'm just giving suggestions. I'm not.
There's another option there's another route. Tenebrae Blackleaf.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The first person Genevieve would want to talk to is Tenebrae.
Yeah, because she has, like, we know now for a fact that she has dealt with this man before somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
None of you are in Professor Blackleaf's class, thankfully, because like a kid totally died in that class. It was funny.
Any more casualties since?
Not that you know of.
Or is it one of those stories where it's like last semester a kid died like every semester? Like it's just like I heard a kid died last semester, but like
She just got better at hiding the bodies.
There was
No, I mean,
definitely
just
a dead student that, and the story of it becomes a little more mythologized in the student body every year that passes.
Mm-hmm. There's like 40 dead students. Big.
Has her professor ratings improved since we had her class?
None of you know. As far as I know, none of you have taken any interest in her doings in the years since. Like, everybody was happy to be out of her class after first year, and so I guess that how are you going to set up a meet? Like, are you just going to guys all just going to wander over to her class?
Yeah.
Go to office.
I think so.
Office
Yeah,
hours?
office hour.
Office hours
Yeah.
make sense.
Oh.
Right.
For a reasonable professor, it would be office hour.
Do we like strong arm? Do we trick Ellen into coming?
You can if you want.
Yeah, I think
I'm-
Ellen would. I would like to have yes, I will invite Ellen. I will tell her we're going to go talk to Professor Tenebrae.
I don't think this is the right map, but I don't remember what I used this map for, and it looks like it fits the bill. So
This was the
That's the detention bog.
that was the
the detention bog. Yeah, okay. Forgot
She's out in the detention. She's in the detention bog.
Well, that is
she's-
where the
because-
detention bog is located. Is out on the Witherbloom campus. Like it's out
But
there.
like she's doing her office hours in the detention bogs because this is where there's some nice mushrooms out here.
This
Would we
is-
argue that Tenny's entire life is the detention bog? She seems pretty miserable. That's the classroom.
I mean, you would be
Yeah.
too if you went through what she did, and she
Yeah.
was but a child back then.
I wasn't trying to make a mockery of it, but like more just like, yeah, I get it.
Like
guys-
you know better than any of us.
Are you taking Ellen with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys take the little the tram over to the Witherbloom campus, and just before the car departs, a figure steps on. Alistair, it is your poetry buddy, Lynn.
Hey,
He steps on. For a moment, he seems distracted by something, but then he notices that the rest of you are sitting there, and he looks to Genevieve, and his gaze kind of snaps over to Alistair. Oh, I did not realize I would have company on this journey. I'm pleased.
I wouldn't call it much of a journey, but we could certainly make it an adventure.
It's 5 minutes during which we share the fresh air and conversation with one another. And he turns turns to the rest of you. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Points to Genevieve. You, I know by reputation. I think.
Huh?
Alistair will introduce each of them in a poetic song.
Okay, give me a performance check.
Oh, I just wanted to hear the song about, honestly.
If he's got one, he can sing it.
Yeah, do you have a song?
That would require I know all your character names.
You don't after 40 some odd sessions? So you're still playing
Yeah,
Benedict,
who-
right?
Who is
So-
Destel playing again? Goopy?
Yeah, Goopy. Yeah, Alistair pulls out his viol and plucks a string and makes a note. Here we have Geppa, so brave and strong. Don't mind his looks, he's got a good heart. Over there's Leo, who loves to do roundhouses. Surely you've seen him perform. And this is Hugo, our leader in peril. We always make him go first. And finally, there's Genevieve, who wishes she was a genie.
I'm sorry. I
That,
wasn't
that was
expecting
really good. That was
Oh,
really
damn.
good. But when you
Damn.
said Hugo got sent in first, you perfectly set yourself up to say, and here's Genevieve, who is the worst, and you didn't. Which means you must
Yeah.
really care, and I appreciate that.
He
in you.
just snorted Pepsi into my nose. That caught me off guard. Fantastic.
All right, well, all right, creative. Who was creative today? It was Alistair.
Uh,
Yeah, you're already getting the blip.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put that down in the notes.
Lynn is delighted by the little song. But yeah, he did know Genevieve by reputation for the your pirate princess performance. Was it last year or the year before? I think it was the year before, actually.
So year one, I was the pirate queen, and year two, I was Alex in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's year three, actually. She's tenacity.
Okay. And well, yeah, it's just making conversation after he gives a small round of applause for Alistair's song. What business takes you to Witherbloom campus?
We're gonna go talk to Professor Darkwood, or what's her Tenebrae? What's her last name?
Darkleaf.
Darkleaf.
Then you talk to Professor Darkleaf. We're out adventuring and we found some really weird mushrooms that we wanted to get her opinion on.
Genevieve actually has something in her inventory that was meant for her. I wrote down eye stock sample for Tenebrae, and this is like in session 15. So she holds holds that out, and it's this withered like vine, and she's like, "Yeah, we're gonna show her this." It's a little decayed. I didn't know how to preserve it.
Lynn, I mean, it takes a moment to look at the mushroom. Kind of becomes clear he doesn't know anything about mushrooms. Just kind of giving it a polite once over because Genevieve's holding out with interest. Says, "Well, happy news, I suppose. I'm on my way to speak with Professor Blackleaf myself."
Oh, what for? Has she offered you a substitution or
No,
help? Or...
no. But I hear that she has the ear of Dean Witherbloom, and I'm looking to find supporters amongst elder faculty who may speak to my having a more permanent role here at Strixhaven.
They still haven't offered you a job?
Don't eat anything she offers you.
He asks...
Can confirm.
Yeah, not a good idea.
It sounds like there's a story there.
Yeah, I almost died.
Really?
Yeah, I got better. It's fine.
It was a weird first day of class.
Did she do that on the
was the
first day of
first.
class?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
the
that was our
very
first day of
Yeah.
class.
That was.
And the last day of class for some.
I had heard the rumors, of course, and I imagined that they had been somewhat exaggerated.
While we hadn't laid eyes on a corpse, I am inclined to believe it.
He asks Alistair, because you guys have been gone from school for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And he asked, I asked around and heard that you had made an excursion to South Warren. But
Yeah.
it's
It
not
was
my- not my-
nice. We decided, we've been studying really hard. We needed a break, and Geppa's girlfriend was like, why don't you come out and take a little vacation, do some camping? So we figured it might be a nice change.
Give me a deception check. Because you have lied.
I did, but that's okay. So that's 27
Okay.
plus a D4 if you want to make it 30.
He thinks it's good happenstance for the lot of you that you hold such esteem in school that you can just call off for a vacation partway through the semester. If you have any inroads into the deans of the colleges that he might make use of in his quest to get full-time work, but as Alistair well knows, Strixhaven has a history of looking down upon the magical arts of music and performance, which are my purview.
I can certainly try to help as a practitioner of the musical arts myself.
Does anybody have anything specific for Lynn before we pull into Witherbloom campus here?
I just met the guy, so no.
No.
He graciously allows you to have your meeting with Professor Blackleaf because he would not want to presume that anything you would discuss with the professor would be for his ears. So he will find another use for his time for the next hour or so before he calls upon her.
Alistair thanks him and says that he'll try and put in a good word with Dean Witherbloom.
Okay. Then you all.
If you want to know why Alistair lied, it's because I've seen Harry Potter enough.
Yes, every teacher is completely untrustworthy
Exactly.
and have their eyes closed all the time.
To be fair, you've not done anything to dissuade us of that notion.
Yeah, neither did the first 800 pages of Harry Potter. I do have a particular character in mind that I think of as the campaign's McGonagall, but I'll let you guys just figure it out. You barge in on Professor Blackleaf. The 5 of you, plus you brought Ellen. Ellen, not in a good mood. She doesn't want to be. Remember, she doesn't believe in any of this stuff. She came to school specifically to get away from family stuff. And you're going there under the pretense that you have this fungus you want to show her?
No, that's just what we told Lynn.
Yeah, no, Genevieve just actually had that item on her and was able to use that as a decoy.
Got it. Why are you carrying weird mushrooms?
Because we cut it. My best guess is that this is from that like trip through the Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm. I think it's from the mushroom thing, Adventure on the Farm. I recall you getting a sample there.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it's from, but like I was like, oh, I bet that Tenebrae Darkleaf will want to see this at some point. And we just never did it because I put it alongside the broken teleportation handle and the magical folding chair. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a magical folding chair from Skekshilix, didn't we?
Yes,
we
did.
You literally could just say, I'm an artificer, and would be fine, because both of the other 2 artificers did this same exact shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I have just an inventory page of just random shit.
Random junk.
Yeah, and that's an item I have. So it was a decoy. It was a distraction.
Blackleaf is not happy to see the lot of you walk in. She's always like a little bit exasperated and a little too busy for anybody's time, but she recognizes you as former students. Mm-hmm. Good afternoon. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
Well, thought you should know that we had to put your elder cousin to death recently.
I have no cousins.
That is not true. Tenebrae Veritas.
She looks at Ellen then. And then back at the rest of you. That you know my given name does not change the reality. I have no cousins.
Okay, that's understandable. We thought we owed it to you to come and tell you in person that unfortunately your former associate Edmont Veritas was executed under order of Orson Veritas.
No.
Yeah, no. Do not frame it that way.
I'm trying to think of what I want to use. I don't want to say put down.
Like he lost himself to the wolf and like per his last
himself
wishes.
to the monster he had become, and so Orson,
per his last wishes, yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I was not gonna say that we killed him, but your cousin has unfortunately passed away.
While they're fumbling over this, a side question before I try to do this.
Yeah.
Does Genevieve know it was Azalin that spoke to her?
You don't know it for a moral certainty, but you did know of the existence of Azalin Rex and what role he played in Edmont's life because you cast legend lore on the man's corpse. So if you tell me that Genevieve put 2 and 2 together, I would agree. But if you tell me that Genevieve is oblivious and has no idea, I would agree to that as well.
I just feel like this is the appropriate time while they're arguing over the semantics of this for Genevieve to just step up and say, what do you know about Azalin Rex?
She scoffs. She says, you're not here to offer condolence or to tell me news of my fallen, fevered cousin, as it were. No, you've sat at Orson's table and blundered into some fanciful tale or another. And because the lot of you ruin seekers, you glory hunters, adventurers of every stripe, can't leave well enough alone. You come now to pick the mind of a haggard old woman, looking for some thread to follow, looking for some answer that's not yours to collect. Yes, God damn you all, I know Azalin Rex.
Do you know why he would appear in? And I look at Jin's. I like where he would appear in one of our dreams and ask us and demand that we find him Duke Darkwood.
She steps up to Leo, and a smile crosses her face, and she gives this unkind laugh. She says, I tell you this, and then I tell you no more, and I will insist and deny ever having done so. These lands of Fernisco have not had a king in millennia, if the Etherine can be believed, but they will have one soon, and you will all find your knees, or you will die.
Hugo's eyes go real big, and then he starts reaching for his axe.
She laughs at that as well. And shedding my
I would like to
blood
find
will
stop
not
doing-
change the road you walk. For you're not
I would like to
walking
physically and psychically stop Hugo from doing that.
Yeah, Alistair's gonna put his hand on Hugo's shoulder.
So Hugo,
No.
is it your intent to actually hit this woman with his axe?
No,
Okay.
no, but he's not going to be caught unawares.
In other words, if she summons mushroom monsters and attacks you, you don't...
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah.
Level 20 druid attacks us, Hugo's gonna save us.
She tells you you believe you're walking a road, but you're not. You're tumbling forward upon it. Fernisco will know a king. And if you are smart,
Professor-
you will kneel.
Professor, can we take a step back from the prophecy here? Could you just start with who is Azalin Rex?
She shakes her head. Soon enough, you will know.
You had a really bad time over there, huh?
Miss New Warren.
She tells you that she's spoken all she's going to say. And if it's to be death for her at your hands, some godly grievance that you have with the truth that is coming, she can't do anything to stop you. She's a feeble old woman, and her magics are not as powerful as that of the family she's rejected.
Oh, we don't want to hurt you. Honestly, I just came to give my condolences and see if I can maybe get a letter of reference for grad studies, because we're about to graduate soon.
You got a whole other
We
year.
have a whole year.
That's fine.
Alistair heard this whole business of Azalin and Rex clinics. I want to be out of the country when that happens. So,
Can I get a visa?
Goes,
she tells you that 2 years ago, when you took her class, she tried to impart upon you the wisdom of surviving dark and unexpected things, and it's not her fault that you failed to take the lesson to heart. You cannot teach those who will not learn.
Out of character. That is rich coming from her.
I'm not saying she's a good aligned character.
I know.
Oh no, I wasn't getting an impression like that.
Yeah, Alistair just looks confused. Like, he doesn't know what she's talking about.
Genevieve does, and she goes, great, okay, I think we're finished here, everybody.
Yes, I believe we are.
And then she'll approach and hand over the eye stalk and say, found this in the wilderness, didn't know what it was, thought you'd like it, bye.
Here's a gift of some old crappy mold we found.
Yeah. And I'm just going to delete that from my character sheet because I never want to interact with this person ever again.
Gone forever.
Gone forever.
Good day, Tenebrae. Good day, Tenebrae. Veritas. May our paths never meet again.
He goes,
God, kind
Alistair just kind
of went a little Alucard there at the end.
A little bit.
Yeah, you did.
like Leo stands there for a moment, watches everybody kind of start to walk off, and he says, he goes, from what he goes, you talk about not putting your head in the sand, but you seem to do that an awful lot.
Who are you taking this to?
You're set. Tinny.
Okay.
I tell her, I said, you seem to do that too an awful lot. He goes, from everything I've seen, and all the evidence we've gathered, they never forsook you, and they always they looked, and they never stopped looking. And you are, I mean, like, he goes, the one, basically he says, like, the one that like seems to have betrayed, was them by her.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, and you know what? I hope you get exactly what you want out of this. I hope you get exactly what you deserve out of this whole situation. And
Wow.
he turns around and he walks away.
That's the meanest thing Leo's ever said to anyone.
Alistair is just standing there with his jaw gaping, going, "Wow!"
Like I hope like they looked and looked and looked and forsook absolutely everything and burnt down their entire lives to do so, and you just you come back, and then the first like words you say to Orson are, I hope you die, and I don't care about Edmont. And they, like I said, they never stopped looking, and
Victor became a witch for you.
he goes, and I said, I hope you get exactly what you deserve out of this situation.
Alistair just kind of sticks around looking surprised.
Does anybody else have anything for Professor Blackleaf after that?
Absolutely
slam dunk?
not.
Yeah, Alistair tells her that sounds like she's had a hard life, and if she ever wants to talk, he would be happy to listen. And
Oh,
Deception.
yeah, therapy will fix this.
Yeah, she's not gonna. She's probably not
Yeah,
gonna reach
therapy will
out.
fix it.
that's why he's gonna make the offer and be nice. And
Like just this very lame duck kind of like platitude after what Leo said.
yeah, it's like, I'm really sorry about your cousin, and
On the right
You
back.
should just give her a card that says "Sorry for your Ravenloft."
sorry for your Ravenloss.
It's just like
Oh.
the
a
cover of the
cartoon
card
raven.
is a picture
Yeah.
of Strahd holding like dead flowers, just frowning.
He's just. Yep, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, Alistair, you tell your friend to stay as far away from her as he possibly can, because
Well, you can catch. I mean, Lynn is on campus when you guys leave her classroom? Question mark? Is that what we're calling it?
You could live here for all we know in this
she
space.
literally just gave us like a Tenacity style villain speech. Like you should be like, if we weren't like preoccupied with all this other shit, Genevieve.
She's had a
If-
lot of trauma.
If you should take notes from that for your Tenacity villain speech in the third act.
Yeah, she could, but she's also worried that like this might have been something that was set in motion. Like this doesn't feel like, oops, Genevieve uncorked the cap on the meta plot. It seems like this has been going on behind the scenes, and Genevieve discovered it, and she might have given us a head start.
So
Because if what Tenebrae is saying is going to happen, this didn't have to do with her casting the spell on Edmont. This was always going to happen. She just happened to find it ahead of when she would have otherwise, or we would have otherwise.
We kicked over the
We
rock
kicked the
with
hornet's
with-
nest. Yeah, we revealed the
yep.
hornet's nest before we fell into
I think
it.
we always would have had a discussion with her when we got back, because we already had kind of figured, like he told, like, because we figured out that there was a connection. and they
Yeah.
were related. Like it's just
Yeah.
Well, so
out of game,
Genevieve's
out of game, I had like said like, "Oh my god, it's fucking Tenny," in Discord
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, we were discussing
Yeah.
that. No, Genevieve's fear up to this point was like she caused this because she was curious, and I don't think that that's the case anymore. Well,
Okay.
Genevieve
No,
doesn't think that's the case
you
anymore.
absolutely did
Yeah.
not cause this, but you have we.
She is
and-
definitely peaked in the bottle of bees, and the bees are a buzzing.
listen. All I got to say is that McDole and his stupid "f me up, fam," like just one last blow. This is your fault.
So in the
Yeah,
immediate
know
this is
that, right?
Nicole's fault.
aftermath of the conversation, as he does pretty much anywhere he goes, Lynn is on the Witherbloom campus. I have a map of Witherbloom in the book. I don't have it digitally to show you on the table, unfortunately. But he has a small crowd of students. He's hosting one of his little poetry slams. For a lot of Witherbloom students, this might be the first time they've been exposed to Lynn,
Or poetry.
or poetry,
Yeah.
or hygiene.
Al-
He's like washed.
Alistair is going to approach him after he finishes one of his poems and kindly tell him that if he wants to go talk to Professor Blackleaf, he should be careful because she's in a really bad mood right now.
Should I be worried?
Yes.
Maybe.
She's
if you're
like
gonna,
this
if you're
in
gonna ask him for a
general.
favor, maybe.
Very well. But that's why he's here, is to ask her for a favor. Perhaps I could do something to lighten her mood.
Probably
Maybe.
not.
Mhm.
I think she's a bitter old woman who
Leo.
I'd like
Try getting her
Leo-
drunk.
like Leo is like Alistair stops him and like Leo bites his tongue and like he was not going to say very kind things.
Mm-hmm.
They were true. He was basically going to call her a bitter old woman who blames everything in the blames everybody but the correct people for the things that have happened to her.
Yeah, Alistair basically tells Lynn that if introducing yourself to her might be fine, but I would hold off on asking any favors until you get a better read of her current mood. I mean, if you want to bring her a gift of some nice rare plants or tales of plants, maybe that would help. She likes plants.
He thanks you for the heads up. He will tread carefully. He will try not to damage his chances. Does anybody have anything else for Lynn?
So, not for nothing, but Lynn, before you assured us that we were not going to see any more of the characters, I was thinking that Lynn might be Victor.
No. I would never portray Victor as someone this pleasant.
Victor could pretend with the best of them.
It's true, and he's probably only had time to get better at being a deceptive bastard.
Also, whenever Victor gives a fake name, he always says his name is Vincent.
You are right.
That was a
true.
consistent
That is also
character
true.
trait.
Yeah,
You are correct, and
He's
if
all pretty
the next time you introduce a character named Vincent, I'm going to be so
Extremely
suspicious.
sus.
It's going to be a one-legged orc woman named Vincent. And Trouble's still going to be like, yeah, that's him.
Oh, it's totally
It's
him.
the guy.
Master of disguise.
On the ride back to the main campus, Ellen is in an even worse mood. She's like, you know what? You've convinced me. She's family. I can tell.
Yeah.
Because Veritas women just be like that.
Veritas women do apparently be like that. Apologies to present company.
I mean, she was referring to her grandfather, but okay. Yeah, if she wasn't a scion of Veritas, she would not be that unpleasant to people who were just trying to help.
So, what do you guys think the odds are that Aslan sent Tinny back as a harbinger of his coming?
Yeah, 100? Is there odds higher than that?
No, I mean, I'm not. I mean that kind of a bet is going to get you a pretty poor payout in the gambling dens.
Who do we tell?
Darkwood.
Who's in
We need
charge
to find Darkwood.
Protection from interdimensional egress here?
We need to find Darkwood.
So Leo is going to offer this. He's going to say, I have a little bit of goodwill with Lord Windspear. He's the one that's and again, I do think that our best current lead on anything to do with Darkwood is the situation
with Allie.
With
Allie. Because obviously, so like Leo's opinion on like what has happened is we got the story about the City of Doors. We got the story about there being a creature that could solve that quote unquote problem in the City of Doors, which it sounded like Brick Road projecting a little bit because now he can't send us back to the City of Doors because that just makes adventuring there weird. And then Darkwood capturing this creature, and Leo's current thing is like it's inside of Allie. It could possibly just even be Allie, but he doesn't know enough about magic or any of that to do that. But he knows he's pretty certain that the creature is related to Allie in some way, whether it's inside of her or part, or she is it or whatever. But
So what are you going to do with this
So-
information?
Do we go to Windspear then now? I think that's probably the best thing for us to do at the moment, but unless you can think of anything better.
Well, like basically I would like to go to Windspear with Jen. Like, let me and Jen go. Get her introduced. No,
I mean, I'm not gonna pull arms against him. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I should go too. Like, Windspear likes me. We've talked a lot.
I think we can
Leo-
all go.
Leo, like when Alistair says that, Leo closes his eyes and counts backwards from 10.
I've got Windspear at level 1 with Leopold and nothing with anybody else.
Yeah.
As far as having relationship encounters, if that's what you meant. You may have had a lot of conversations with Windspear, but only Leo's got actual relationship points.
I mean, yeah. So Leo is definitely going.
It seems really important. Alan, you want to like get out of here and make out somewhere? I feel like end of the world, probably better things to do.
Well, Ellen does not need much convincing on that score, no.
Yep, great, do it.
I have fun.
Do I get okay, what is my read on Windspear? Is he the kind of person where it would be better to go with a smaller group or just to bring everybody who's interested, like just bring the whole gang?
It probably wouldn't alter things one way or the other. I mean, as long as you bring him like reliable information that needs to be acted upon.
Yeah.
Right, well, I think that at the very least, you and Genevieve should go because Genevieve had the vision, and you got the rapport with them.
What do
I'm go ahead.
I was going to say, like, is there anybody else that we have run across that might be able to give us more information? I'm thinking. I have the startings of a plan of a thought here, and it's just not coming together.
It just needs to coalesce.
Yeah,
Might need to let it cook a little
Let's
bit.
stir, yeah. Stew, sorry, not stir.
for the for like what I think everybody else should do, like, because I feel like there's probably another person that we could reach out to as well. But if the two of you want to come, that's fine. But I am going to ask Alistair to please don't try to help.
Ouch.
What? Fine. Bye. Alistair just turns and walks off.
What's Alistair
I'm
going to do instead?
He's gonna go take Yvette on a date or something.
Okay. And is Hugo going to the meeting?
No, Hugo is going to he's going to take another shift at the Fire Jolt, and then, well, because he's been gone so long that he barely has a job anymore.
Oh, go ahead and get paid because we took downtime actions, so you would have gotten paid. Thanks for.
But yeah,
reminding
no,
me.
He's willing to. He's going to take another. He's going to take extra shifts just to make up for the fact that he's been gone for weeks at a time.
Okay. So Leo and Genevieve are gonna go sit down with Windspear.
Yeah.
What do you tell him?
Leo starts with, okay, remember how we learned things about, like, the stuff over there, like with the thing. Genevieve was there with me when we went to do this thing. We just got back from another expedition. Basically, he's going to tell him we got back from another expedition, and two things of note have come up.
Mhm.
One, there's a strange mummy man threatening my friend's life and entering her dreams, demanding that she. What is there anything you don't want to tell him first?
No, so dream. This only happened once, right?
Only happened once.
Okay, yeah,
Right. Okay.
that's the only correction I have, and everything else I'm willing to disclose.
It's like you are like Leo. Okay, so you got to remember, Leo is the kind of guy. It's like problem, so must to seek authority figure.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Windspirit. He's like, okay, so this is related. Like he basically lays it all out. Like, okay, we went and did this. Genevieve cast a spell, a very powerful identification spell on this creature. It linked back to a being named Azalin Rex. Azalin Rex then demanded that Genevieve, he invaded her dream and demanded that she find Darkwood. He wants Darkwood for some reason. And quite frankly, the closest link any of us, it sounds like this is going to be fatal for her if she doesn't. And the closest link we have to Darkwood is Allie and all the stuff going on with her, and this City of Doors nonsense and all this other stuff. And we were hoping that you might have a lead, because I don't want my friend to die. I've only got the 4. Well, that's not true. But I've got more than that. But I've only got a few friends.
Why did the creature in this dream? He's taking it seriously. He's not dismissing the dream as just like, all right, so you got drunk and passed out and had a weird reaction to the shrooms you ate or whatever. No, he's taking it seriously. He's aware that there is a dream spell that literally does this.
Okay, so Leo is going to be forthcoming from, because we have gotten plenty of evidence for, Ravenloss happening.
Mhm.
We've gotten corroborative evidence. We've gotten Orson said he didn't care if we told anybody because
Orson
they would
said,
never believe.
Yeah, it's irrelevant if you publish or not because you won't be believed.
Right. So just tell him. I'm just going to tell him. It's like we apparently the missing Veritas scions during the war got taken to another to another place where this Azalin Rex is king, and 4 of them managed to get out. With they basically recruited Darkwood to come and assist in the war, and with his assistance, they got out of this place. And he basically gives them the we reference the notes that Genevieve has made.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, this is what we saw, and we've found corroborative evidence of this in multiple locations. And Lord Veritas seems pretty he doesn't care if it was published, because nobody's ever believed him, not even his elder sister.
He asks if he can have Genevieve's notebook in order to bring himself up to speed.
Sure, always make a copy, and she has a copy of the story ready for him.
Do you have...
She doesn't give over a notebook, but she will give him a copy.
Without speculating, do you have any information on why this creature who contacted you in your dream has asked you to find Duke Darkwood?
Well, that would be speculation. I have a hypothesis.
So you have no
She says she just ends with
information.
no.
With the understanding that we have no actionable information, do you have a speculative theory on why he is searching for Darkwood?
I do.
Well, I do. You go ahead.
Wherever they're at, wherever the Veritas kids are, or wherever like the Veritas Scions escaped from, Darkwood escaped from, it sounds like it was described as a grasping place. I think that's the words he used, that doesn't want you to leave. And they got out. And I think he wants Darkwood to get out.
Looks back to Genevieve. Is that your theory as well?
I mean, that's pretty close. I think my thought was they escaped this place with the help of Darkwood, and maybe. Well, I have two ideas. The first is maybe he wants to punish Darkwood, or the second is he's going to try and take over everything, and the only one that can stop him is Darkwood. And so he's trying to put a pin in that first.
The thing that led me to that, also you should probably keep a closer eye on Professor Darkleaf.
So you tell him about the meeting you had with Darkleaf and what she said?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That she is, in fact, Tenebrae Veritas.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking if you're telling him that she's saying that this is an existential threat for all of the Republic.
Yes.
Okay.
And like the evidence that Leo has listened, he goes, I'm not the smartest person in the group. That's her.
Is Genevieve the smartest? We know she's the most popular.
She has a 20
Probably.
intelligence, so maybe?
Yeah, I would think so.
Probably.
Like, I'm not the most.
If she's not, then she's artificing wrong.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, I'm not the smartest person in our group. I'm not the most charismatic. I'm not the one that is the most like level-headed and grounded. I'm not the boldest. But I do listen, and everything I've heard from everything that we've uncovered says, yes, this is an absolutely credible existential threat. He goes,
Where are
Yes,
your
I just-
loyalties?
oh, you're going to have to repeat that. You cut out.
Where are your loyalties? He wants to know. Genevieve and Leopold. To your families, to the Republic, to Strixhaven, to Duke Darkwood. If the fire came to the wall, where would you stand?
With the people I care about. That's what Leo says.
And to no others.
Because I don't know. I would stand with the people I care about, and we would do what we could to put the fires out. He goes, and Leo basically says he has zero doubt that is what would, he basically says, Leo says I have zero doubt that we would stand together, regroup, and then go out and put out the fires.
With respect.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing that so far, and it's gone well. Well, until this all happened.
With respect, that is a child's answer. That is the answer of, to be frank, a young student, perhaps. But we're beyond that now.
I think it's the only correct answer in a situation like this.
Situations like
people-
this don't have correct answers.
Exactly.
Only definitive ones. If you were to be put to the choice between saving the school or saving the Republic, say, where does Leopold and Genevieve stand?
That's an impossible question to answer, she says, and kind of balls her fists and hits the table.
He gives a bit of a sad smile and says, alas, some of us sit in impossible positions.
Well, then I don't have to give you an answer because no answer I give you would be justified. We're going to do what we can to help as many people as we can, just like we always have.
He turns to Leopold to see if he agrees.
Leo is like thinking really hard about the question, and he says, he goes, he says, I'm sorry, it's just in my nature to try and save everyone. He says, I'm a little selfish that way, I guess.
He acknowledges that you have an admirable answer. He thinks that anybody in your position at your age that has had the experiences you have that gave a different answer would be concerning. What he tells you, though, is that his allegiance is to the institutions of Strixhaven, that he will act in its defense, in its continued existence, besieged on one side by the Republic, and on another side by the Church, and on another side by this rising existential threat out of the Shadowfell or wherever. He must stand in defense of Strixhaven. In the coming days, it may seem to you or to others that that is not the case, that I am acting out of self-interest or some other rumored facsimile thereof. If I give you my assurance that I am acting in the best interest of the school, come what may, would you believe me?
Leo thinks about it really hard, and he nods and says, I would.
Maybe he says, well, it depends on what you do.
He goes,
he thanks you for bringing the matter to his attention. He has always admired, particularly Leopold's, because he and Leopold are on good standing, actually, that you are exemplary students, that you represent the spirit of Strixhaven, and he could not be more proud of having students that represent the spirit of what the school was built upon.
you are now expelled.
Now you must leave forever. No, he doesn't expel you. But he doesn't confide anything in you either. And over the course... Go ahead.
I was going to say, Leo did say he would trust him, so
Okay.
like if he doesn't want to confide in him, it's like...
Well, he's not confiding any... Like, he's not going to tell you his plan. What he told you is in the coming days, it may seem as though I'm acting against the school's interest, but I assure you that I'm not.
Yeah, I know. And Leo said he would trust him.
And then Genevieve said it's really going to depend on what he does. Like, she doesn't necessarily...
I'm not a lawful character. I have to defy authority somewhat, right?
So you're going to be back with Hugo's axe?
Sorry, stretching. Well, I can't lift it, so Hugo will have to bring it for himself.
So in the coming days, you guys have you pass all the information to Windspear, and for a couple days nothing happens. Frustratingly, nothing happens to Blackleaf. You don't get any notice that she's been like censured or admonished, or she's certainly not fired. She still has her position. Hugo had a thought.
So, yeah, no, my thought is he says what he does in the best interest of Strixhaven. What if Aslan came into a dream, same as he did to you, and said, do this thing for me, or I raise Strixhaven to the ground?
That's my concern.
Yes.
Was that, like, we were all going to bend a knee to Aslan Rex, because that means the school continues to exist. It is in the best interest. And Genevieve would not accept that.
That's what Genevieve worried
exactly.
about.
Yeah.
Hugo would not either.
If it's been a few days, I was just going to go find Lynn at some point and see how his little meeting went.
Curt, but he thinks profitable for him. She was
Good. Glad to hear.
He relates that she was in a terrible mood, but if anybody, and Alistair would know this for a certainty, if anybody can assuage the mood of a sour person, it is a skilled bard. If they can't do it, no one can, right?
Listen, if you can put her in a good mood, you should definitely get a job.
Honestly, I would have bet on nobody in that horse race.
So things kind of calm down a little bit. Calms down enough that you guys are able to take your classes and get back to work and do some exams.
Hugo's definitely very preoccupied.
The big news on campus after the next week or two is that apparently there was a backroom meeting called between the deans and the high-ups. No more than 6 or 8 people in a room. This is not how administrative decisions are made at Strixhaven typically. This is usually not a situation where like there's a closed door and people go in and then decisions are made. But apparently just such a backroom meeting happened between the deans and a couple other people. Who other people changes depending on who's relaying the rumor. But it looks as though within the next week or so, Lord Windspear is going to announce that he is formally taking the position of the Dean of Darkwood. He's going to be taking the chair, and this announcement is happening with not enough time for any reasonable discussion to be had on the topic. He said it, other deans are falling in line, ergo that's what's about to happen.
Cool.
I know you like the guy, Leopold, but it's usually a bad sign when when the quartermaster takes things over in front of the captain.
Yeah.
An aside, is
Captain with
Leopold
the
just
bandage.
like is Leopold just like befriending all of the antagonists? Is that what's going on here?
No, it's what is it? The captain has abandoned ship. Somebody's got to take over.
Do any of you have
mean,
a definitive answer of where your character's loyalty lies? Or is it all this wishy-washy, I just want to help my friends nonsense?
Oh, my.
Well, yeah, it's to our friends.
I've got one.
Geppa has one?
Yeah, absolutely. Now please remind me, did we meet the Prince of Velios?
Yeah, you bet. Well, it was you're at his the festival was being held for his
coronation, right?
coronation.
Yeah. Right.
So he'd be the king of Velus
So-
by now.
Yep. So, Geppa, despite the fact that the only royal he's met seemed pretty cool, feels like a republic is a little bit marginally better than a king, and he would prefer to not have a king, and thinks that monarchy is actually kind of dumb. And therefore, he would probably end up ultimately standing with the republic.
With the Republic.
If, there was a bunch of choices like that.
Alistair is with the Republic because that's where he and Yvette live,
Right.
and they can always just build a new magic school.
Yeah.
That's
you
where
know.
they that's where he keeps his stuff.
All my stuff's here. Well, technically all your stuff's at Strixhaven as well.
And this is this is a philosophical question, and for Geppa, it is the Republic.
It's a philosophical question until Geppa is standing before a computer console and there's a big button that says, press this to send Strixhaven to Ravenloss, but you'll save the Republic.
Oh, okay. I might push the button.
Yeah, sure.
If anyone can figure out how to get back, it's them.
All right. Well, I'm going to go
That
dark
sounds
for a
like
few
a
minutes.
good hook for the next set of adventurers.
Does anybody have anything else they wanted to take care of this session? That's the last story beat that I had, is Windspear. The rumors are going around that he's going to seize power.
Also, what's a
Unprecedented.
computator?
Oh, we don't know. Nobody knows. Like, out of character, I don't even know. Like, I thought I knew how Archipelago worked, and now I don't. And so I don't know anything about computators. It's like a miniature Apton and Akragon. Yeah, if you guys want to think about some blips, I'm going to step away for just 2 minutes to get a bottle of water. I'll be right back.
Why are you getting water instead of Pepsi?
All right, so we've already got
We already have
create a
created.
blip down. Let's say who's the further the party's goals the most today.
I want to pitch the scroll of legend lore that sort of put us on this whole path.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I do want to say to that I did really enjoy your musical number. Every time you sing, it's always a good time.
Yeah.
And I'm going
no.
to be sad that you're not going to be playing a bard anymore.
I'll
And
play a singing character next time. Don't worry.
What we need to do is we need to get you a guitar.
oh, you could be like Greg Behero.
Did you say a
Uh,
sitar?
Guitar.
I mean, that'd be cool too.
Guitar.
Either of those would be great. Yeah.
I'll sit next to my piano for the last session.
Who is the badass?
I would like to claim that for
Standing up to Tenny.
yeah, because
Yeah,
that was like that was a little bit of like it's like how would I feel about this? Like with all the information we've managed to gather, like like that's a little bit of my character's like I understand like Tenny being sour about the whole situation and
Yeah.
getting left behind, but like you can't like come back and just you can't hold on to that kind of like the lie that they have like the self-delusion that you got abandoned when like they demonstrably did not do that. So
you
yeah,
channeled your inner genie. It's fine.
Yeah.
Intangibles.
Who's intangible?
I like the idea of Hugo not remembering to take his exam. So now he has to be level 8.
Yeah.
We'll be doing the next round of downtime before we go embark on the next adventure, so they'll be able to level next week.
Oh, that's
So-
fine.
Are you sending us back to Ravenloft?
Of course, no, absolutely not. Orson tried, couldn't get there.
You thought Flumph was going to be cute little animals, but little did you know.
Okay, so he did promise us that he would never do that to us again without at first talking to us. And I believe him. I do trust him.
That's a trick.
Because
A DM can only pull once in his life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you only get
Yeah,
one shot at
Absolutely.
Like how every video editor in their career gets 1-star wipe.
What happened
Okay.
to George Lucas?
that.
George Lucas, I don't think
No.
ever did a star wipe. I think he just did a
You
split
know
one.
what? So I've done video editing like since high school for like just random shit. I think my first video had a star wipe in it.
That's it. That's all you get.
Why?
Yeah, and I never used it again.
If you
But
go into the
why-
software and try to use
Oh God,
it, it
you're
won't let
right.
you.
You're right. You only
What?
get one.
Why does the software include the star wipe if it's so?
Why is it- yeah.
roche?
like why is Comic Sans there?
Exactly. Big question.
Hugo, do you want to do your blips first?
I didn't actually write anything down, but maybe I can BS my way through it.
Hey, never stops me.
If you feel confident.
Yep. I have my alignment neutral good. Just be excellent to your fellow man. As soon as Tenny got on her villain speech, Hugo was like, "Okay, just give me a reason."
Oh shit, she's monologuing.
Nothing ever good
I
comes
was-
from monologue.
I was
Actually,
a little taken aback by the monologue.
Actually, I want to do that for my ideal. The peace hard one must be preserved for that specific purpose.
Okay.
For my alignment, Hugo was like, Hugo volunteered to take extra shifts at the Fire Jolt for you being gone for so long.
Okay.
And then don't really have anything. I can't really think of anything. Hugo didn't get bamboozled this week, so I'm not going to take my flaw.
No bamboozling happened. Geppa, what do you have for me?
So let's see here. I have my alignment. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can? For telepathically relaying Orson's story to Ellen. I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me. For messing with Orson's best man at arms to get Ellen back into the school. And I've got my flaw. When I'm bored, watch out. And I'm easily bored for leaving to make out with Ellen at the instead of going and talking to Windspear.
Okay. What about Genevieve?
Genevieve, alignment kind of good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. Genevieve learns the entirety of Flumph 5 in 10 minutes.
gets
Ideal
a
what
bad
would Eugenia
nosebleed.
Veritas do? Yeah. Genevieve preserves the history of Edmont merely so that it exists. And then Flaw, this wasn't supposed to be on the exam. Genevieve has some struggles trying to communicate and converse with Azel and Rex. Honorable mention, Genevieve very nearly discovers electricity on a DC 30 roll.
What's interesting about your ideal claim is that Eugenia Veritas had the opportunity to present Edmont's memory and didn't.
But she did preserve the body of Edmont by making the wellspring. So that was kind of where I was thinking, like, oh, well, she's preserving the legacy in some way. And she can't bring him back to life, so she's writing it down.
Leopold.
Lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose. We should take our very large, out of context problem to the nearest authority figure.
Yeah.
It was very clearly part of the conspiracy to get it going.
Right. My ideal, I might fail, but I'll never give up. Trying to convince Ellen that maybe her grandfather was telling the truth and she should cut him a little bit of slack. Like, again, I don't know, like, if you're intentionally trying to, like, just do the worst qualities of Evelyn and Jeannie, but you're nailing it. Flaw, only one of us can be the best, and it's clearly me. Asking Orson if he's got any suggestions or leads on, like, new and interesting things to punch.
And what about Alistair?
For chaotic good deeds are war, that would be for helping to heal Orson.
Okay.
Ideal, the glass is always half full. We could totally smuggle Ellen out away from Orson back to school.
Education is important.
Yeah, education matters. We know how those homeschooling kids go. Flaw, I just wanted to help. That would be mandating that his attacker get therapy to make her better.
Fair enough. Because, yeah, Alistair could have been like, nope, she needs to, like... Well, if Alistair had been like, no, she needs to be put in the stocks and we all throw rotten tomatoes at her, that would have subjected her to whatever passes for a court trial in Redland, which I believe would still be the purview of the church.
Yeah, she didn't deserve that. She just needs help.
Who had the most creative solution to a problem this week?
That was Alistair, who sang a song about the party.
Who did the most to further the party's goals?
That was Genevieve for using her Legend Lore scroll to discover the unfurling plot.
Who was the badass?
That was Leopold, who dressed down Tenebrae.
And who was intangible?
That was Hugo, who forgot to take his exam.
All right.
That is literally for 15 years after I graduated college. That was the nightmare that I had repeatedly. Just waking, like having a thing where I wake up and go, oh, I had a final exam today.
You guys realize what happened, don't you?
I haven't been in college for 15 years, and I still have that nightmare.
McDowell didn't forget to take his exam. He delayed his own exam, so now his blips get to be worth 533.
Ooh,
I mean...
So blips are currently worth 533. Hugo, you earned 3 of them, and you're rolling all of them over. Leopold and Alistair, you are sitting on 6 blips. You each earned 4. You're rolling all 4 of them over. Genevieve, you earned 4 blips. You had 0, so I'm going to put you at 4.
Yep.
Depa, you were at 2 and earned 3. I'm going to put you at 5.
Yep.
Yay.
Okay.
Now, what does a showdown between Duke Darkwood and Azel and Rex look like?
That's beyond our pay grade. We're only level 9, sir.
That is a... Well, I could tell you what it looks like.
Darkwood believes in himself. Aslan turns into a boat and press triangle and X a lot.
What? What on earth? I don't get the reference, but like I feel like I should.
It's a reference to Barry Kramer's A Good Enough Summary of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, okay.
What's the title
I
of
was
today's
gonna-
episode?
Flumph 5 again. I don't know.
Surprise! The plot is here.
Ravenloss.
Sorry
There you
for
go.
your Raven loss.
Sorry. For
Yeah,
your
there you
Raven
go. That's
loss.
good.
Sorry for your Raven loss.
Yeah.
So, like, I can tell you what the fight would actually look like. Depending, let's assuming it takes place in Darkon. You know how, like, in the actual like fiction of the 5th edition book they released, that like Aslan's gone and the place is falling apart.
Mhm.
That's what the fight looks like.
No, the fight's going to take place in Strixhaven.
Okay, that again, you just transport that over to Strixhaven, but that's what the fight looks like. The fabric of reality is falling apart.
I mean, your gut's telling you like Aslan Rex is an extremely powerful lich with centuries and centuries of magical knowledge. Like he's untouchable. His staple. I would put to you, Duke Darkwood went up against the Lady of Pain multiple times and still exists. That's not
Darkwood is
nothing.
essentially he is also essentially a lich.
He's
Like,
an
it's-
incantifier.
you
He's an
have-
incantifier.
What you have two beings who it's basically impossible to get one over. You have an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, and when they meet, like everything around them, like I said, like the fabric of reality would like you cannot have like wizards of that level like fight in fiction and not have all of reality to collapse because
So-
they're both wizards, right?
Darkwood is a
Well, this
level
is
20
like
ranger, level
everything.
20 wizard. Yes.
Yeah.
This is Vegeta coming back from the dead on Namek, waking up, seeing Goku, Super Saiyan Goku fighting Final Form Frieza, and just being like, I ain't fucking with that.
Well, we'll find out next week, I guess.
I hope not immediately next week.
That's it. Thanks for playing, guys. I'll see you next Sunday.
Later.